Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the public hearing for aging. We are reconvening because we had some technical difficulties on Tuesday. So I want to welcome everyone back, and I'll just start and see if there's any comments from my co-chair.
Just welcome everybody and thank you for having patience and coming back today. And we're very happy to have you back also.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Representative Fortier.
Just good morning to everyone. And again, thank you for bearing with our technical difficulties.
Thank you very much. And our ranking members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to be here. Looking forward to hearing from the public. And just the word of observation that there's a lot of public hearing, a lot of subcommittee, a lot of committee meetings going on right now. So please understand that members will be in, they will be out, and it's not a reflection of anybody's interest or lack thereof. It's just having more places to be than bodies to be there. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for our reminder on that. So we will be getting started. Just a reminder for those in the public, you have 3 minutes. After the 3 minutes, we will be asking you to wrap it up. But we will start with some of our friends in the legislature. And first up, we will have Senator Kevin Kelly. Is Senator Kelly here? We will come back if he is able to join us. Senator Wong.
Good morning, Chairman Hockadell and Chairman Garibay, and ranking members. Better late than never, right? 2 days late. I am State Senator Tony Huang, and I will also be speaking on behalf of Senator Kevin Kelly, who extends his regards. Quickly, I have Christy Covell here from Alzheimer's Associations of Connecticut. And I will defer the rest of my time in the indulgence of this committee to her presentation. But I wanted to be present to offer my strongest support for raised bill, Senate Bill 931, Senate Bill 1024, House Bill 6576, House Bill 6577, House Bill 6678, and House Bill 6679. It reflects my appreciation of the very important work that this committee has. There are various areas of focus. I think the first one being on the Alzheimer's respite program, as well as the dementia service coordinator that relates to dementia. I mean, to me, there is not a greater crisis in trying to address this issue. I think the current data, and Christy will offer it. I will submit testimony to that effect, but I will defer the rest of my time to Christy to offer her comments on those areas. Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, Senator Hockadell, Representative Garibay, and members of the committee. My name is Christy Koval. I'm the Director of Public Policy for the Alzheimer's Association Connecticut chapter. Thank you, Senator Wong. That was very gracious of you. I am here to offer comments today. You have my written testimony, so I'm just going to highlight. It is on 4 particular bills. The first bill I do want to spend some time on, though, is raised bill 1024, an act concerning a dementia services coordinator. This is a pivotal time in Connecticut right now. There are 80,000 people living with Alzheimer's disease. We do expect this number to go up to 91,000 just in a couple of short years by 2025. Age is the biggest risk factor for developing Alzheimer's disease. Connecticut is the 6th oldest state, and all states have Alzheimer's disease plans. And with that, When a plan becomes published, you want the plan to have action to it and some teeth. And this committee, a couple of years ago, some of you were on this committee, raised a bill to have dementia training added to the curriculum for physicians and APRNs as an example of an Alzheimer's plan that has some action. And also right now, there's been federal funding that the Connecticut Department of Public Health has received to update the Alzheimer's plan. And this is with a public health focus. So we know that Alzheimer's disease is an issue of older adults, but there are many people who are younger that get another type of dementia or Alzheimer's disease. And we have been working with the Connecticut Department of Public Health along with stakeholders all across the state, looking at the Connecticut Alzheimer's state plan, and we are updating that right now. A lot of this has to do with workforce issues, getting that access to the diagnosis, getting access to services. How do we pay for it? What do we do about the workforce challenges? And so to note, there are now 23 states across the country that have something called a dementia services coordinator. And what does that position do? Well, the person coordinates services across state agencies. They look for duplication and ways that we can be more efficient. They look at the workforce challenges. They look at ways we can implement better training for professional and family caregivers. They look at ways that people find out about the disease and get access to early detection and diagnosis. And we really want to look at this as something that Connecticut can implement also. Many of our partners in the Northeast have this as their lead policy priority. We do ask for your support here, and we also respectfully ask that this position continue at the Department of Public Health because we've been working with them in the last couple of years. We do believe that there are a number of other diseases at the Department of Public Health, like there's a person over there that works with cancer, heart disease. We believe that this position would be better suited over there, particularly with training and how we're training professional caregivers. The next bill I want to talk about is the recommendations for the Homemaker Companion Task Force. The two areas that I'd like to highlight are around the transition. I was a member of that task force. I was very honored to participate in that. We do believe that the oversight for homemaker companion agencies should be transferred over to the Department of Public Health from where it is right now at the Department of Consumer Protections. Connecticut is the only state that has this regulation for homemaker companion agencies and skilled home care agencies going to two separate state agencies. It creates a lot of confusion when people have a complaint that they can't get resolution on what agency. And also, when people call our helpline and they're looking for an agency to take care of somebody, it's very confusing for them to understand what agencies provide skilled and what agencies provide, just companion type companion type services. I do want to point out that in the skilled setting, skilled home care, there are requirements for dementia training. There are no training requirements for the homemaker companions for dementia care. So we do ask that this particular recommendation be implemented. Also with that, there are a number of agencies that are doing this work. They are providing that training, but they're not allowed to say it. So it's creating, again, more confusion for consumers. And I want us to look at that full report with a consumer lens in mind. If you're looking at an agency, how will you find out about what the services are that they're allowed to share that they provide? And then what are those services, if they're not being met, where do they go for resolution? Finally, I'll just touch briefly on Senate Bill 931 about the Alzheimer's disease respite program. We are grateful to the legislature for providing additional funding last year for respite services. We know that this is a growing area of need. We do know that increasing the eligibility for this program and providing additional appropriations makes good fiscal sense and also allows people to age in place and get that critical care they need in the home. And finally, raised Bill 6677, an act concerning adult day centers. I would like to point out that the language in this bill to lower the eligibility requirements for the Connecticut Home Care Program. This would allow folks who are younger than 65 to participate in day centers. Folks who are diagnosed younger tend to have the disease progresses faster. They may have more symptoms around behaviors. And, particularly for people that are caring for a spouse and still have young children at home that they're trying to raise, a day center option is really a wonderful option for somebody to have structure, services, and that type of care, so somebody can stay home before having to go to an institution. So I know there's a number of areas that I've commented on in my written testimony. I'd like to thank Senator Wong, and I'm also very happy to answer any questions. And I thank you for your time.
And if I may, I want to offer my support of Alzheimer's Association. I want to thank Ms. Covell for her presentation. The other bills that I reference in support are related to 6576, strengthening support for grandparents and other non-parent relatives. The opiate crisis and our substance abuse challenges have created a new set of parenting guidelines for grandparents that never expected themselves to be parents in their senior years. And this bill offers relief for some of the unique challenges that people in society have never anticipated. So I applaud the committee for the consideration and understanding challenges for grandparents who have taken on that responsibility, and they take it willingly, but nevertheless, the financial resources and the conditions in which they anticipated it were never expected. 6577 in regards to long-term care, we've seen just incredulous rate increases on long-term care for policies that have been purchased by people for many, many years, thinking that it was going to be a cost that they could benefit from in their later years. But what we have seen is the incredible increase, the unsustainable increase in rates. This legislature created some legislation to halt that for some transparency, but nevertheless, we have seen less carriers, and it has become a health insurance crisis. I know the insurance committee has addressed this issue. I applaud this committee for understanding the impact and an innovative way of looking at taking some taxation relief for people that are making that purchase and paying for the account. In regards to 6678, we're talking about transparency, but it's also important to acknowledge these equity and private funding organizations that have now parlayed themselves into our nursing home facilities, and the challenge of COVID exacerbated some of the challenges. And the recent devastating and negative news of Athena, how it impacted our seniors in our my district community of Newtown, and any community, is devastating. And I appreciate the transparency request. And ultimately, the 6679 regards aging and persons with intellectual disability. You have many members here that have been extremely active in regards to the IDD community. The impact of the IDD community, not only from the onset of adaption and community living, is as they age, the impact of dementia and Alzheimer's play an important part. And I applaud this committee for recognizing that consideration and having a dialogue related to that. But again, thank you for the indulgence. And I'm just so honored to sit here next to Alzheimer's associations, because there's so many people that have taught us about this, from Ms. Covell to Christine Casato to my former state representative, Eleanor Wilbur, to the Pellegrino family, the Lillicraft family. What those individuals have taught me is not only does dementia and Alzheimer's impact the patient themselves, but the devastation that impacts family is long lasting. And these individuals have carried on the legacy and advocacy to remind people that this is an insidious illness. It strips people away. And I also wanted to commend Representative Belinsky, who sits on this committee, for his challenge and struggle and his education on the insidiousness of Alzheimer's and how it impacts loved ones. So thank you, Representative Belinsky. But again, ultimately, as I'm kind of reviewing over this, I'm in support of every single bill that you raise in this committee hearing. And let us hope that we get this out of committee and offer the strong support as it goes to various committees and in human services or appropriations, because it reflects our need to make a financial commitment to these important bills that you've considered. So thank you very much for your patience and indulgence, and we'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. We do have some comments and questions. Representative Hughes is online.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you both for starting off this hearing with such good data-driven support. Can I ask, in the House Bill 1024, the Dementia Services Coordinator, are you recommending an office that is staffed or a single position in your recommendation, Christy?
Thank you very much, Representative Hughes. It is a single position. So I do have some numbers that I could support that, but this would be a single position housed in the Department of Public Health.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, as we look at 23 other states and we're the sixth oldest state, does it make sense to tie that position resources to the expected increase of 91,000 of our residents to be, challenged with dementia?
I absolutely think so. There's a number of other states who are asking for this, and then some states have implemented this model in their, state units on aging. Some are departments of public health, but, we're aging as a country, but particularly here in the Northeast.
Yeah, I just think that would be long-term smart planning, strategic planning, since we are asking for financial resources to fund this ongoing, to make a difference, because one position I can tell you is not going to be enough, as you well know. How about we're really excited about the homemaker companion under DPH oversight and getting requirements about Alzheimer's training or dementia training with those services as well. Can you say anything more about the role that the homemaker companion, both medical and non-medical, play in the care services infrastructure for folks living with dementia?
Sure. This is a vitally important role. Many times family members who have somebody living at home, they'll call our helpline and they'll ask for agencies that can provide those sort of services. And, we can recommend agencies, but obviously we don't recommend with, they have to do their due diligence and find the right agency. But it is, oftentimes you may have somebody who is in the home and really they just need a companion service. They need somebody to come in and have lunch with them, or maybe take them out for a social type of engagement. But the challenges are sometimes the person does need more skilled care. And so there are a lot of agencies that will work with the family and the expectations are being met. But sometimes families may have somebody who needs more help than they actually realize. So it's complicated. And there are a lot of agencies, like I said, that are doing really good work. And particularly in the homemaker companion space, a lot of agencies are already providing training, but they may not be able to say that they take care of people with any type of memory issue. So it's complicated. So when people call our helpline, we know the agencies out there, but we also know that people have to find the right fit for their loved one based on what their abilities are and what they need for help in the home.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just one more comment on that, because dementia is often a progressive disease, those care needs are changing. And as we are segregating care services into skilled or medical versus non-medical, we're not allowing a smooth transition for those care needs in the home very easily, because we have different agency oversight, I should say. So hopefully putting it all under DPH will help streamline those care needs, and that dementia services coordinator working within that landscape can help make this more ease of care for families trying to provide at home in the community care. The Alzheimer's disease respite services, we know that needs to be increased and expanded. We know that is a vital part to keeping people out of institutional settings, as well as the adult day program. Can you say something more about, according to your data and your numbers, how much you think that should be increased by? I mean, I know we have a bill, we have some legislation that is proposed, but if let's just say if money were no object, what would you think it would require to meet the need right now?
Oh, my goodness. I'm pausing because, it's a little difficult to answer that question because in this particular piece of legislation, we're looking at increasing the eligibility, sort of opening up the pool and adding money. But we're at a point where we've had this increase with ARPA dollars, and those dollars are now just getting out. We do know that there are some parts of the state that have a wait list for the respite program. We also know that people call our own helpline and we provide $500 grants, the association, which is not need-based in terms of finances. It's for like emergencies. So we know that there's need out there. But it's a matter of whether or not someone needs the short-term respite, or do they need more of a long-term plan of care to take care of somebody at home. And just circling back to your other question, there is a high percentage of folks who are cared for in the home over the long term. So, respite is a wonderful opportunity and does help a lot of people, but sometimes people really need more of a care plan that can be implemented for the long term. So, because people can live anywhere from 4 to 20 years, depending on when they're diagnosed and what their symptoms are.
And respite program has been an ongoing issue in this legislature since I've been here for 14 years. And from an appropriations basis, it has always struggled with funding. So your question of a wish list, I can't even begin to fathom that. But that being said, it's truly important to understand that respite care for Alzheimer caregivers is absolutely critical. Upon the people that I've cited earlier that I've learned from is when Eleanor Wilbur, who is a polio survivor, is caring for her husband, she reminded me, she said, 70% of caregivers get sick themselves without any relief. And people tend to think that respite's a vacation. It's not. It's exhausting to care for a loved one. Respite gives them a sense of relief, a sense of recuperation and rest. So it is money well spent to avoid further cost of a devastation illness affecting caregivers. So we don't think enough about the caregivers that make tremendous sacrifice to care for their loved ones. They ask for no quarters. They ask for no sympathy. They do it out of love, but nevertheless, the societal consequences and our past history in our budgeting. Budgeting is about priorities. And in this case, an opportunity, and I'm grateful for this committee in raising this issue, is it's giving those caregivers that sometimes don't feel as though they have a voice and they can't come up and testify to be able to share the challenges that they have. We hope to be able to give them a bit of a voice to let them know that we understand the challenges they've gone through. And again, Alzheimer's does a fantastic job in doing that. And I appreciate the committee's support in that, and funding it is important. It is important. Budget is about priorities.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I would just add, if you have any other sort of trajectory estimates as we move through this process, I think it's important as we go through the appropriations process to sort of, locate what the numbers are that we're looking at, and remember that we are looking to support unpaid family caregivers that are taking the lion's share of the work off the state and providing relief. So really, when we look at what it costs, we got to remember that these are unpaid family caregivers that otherwise the state would be paying for. That's all. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you both for your testimony.
And I can send you some data around Medicaid because when you mentioned the respite program, it is tied into what programs people are eligible. And to Senator Wong's point, respite sometimes is the only program someone's eligible for. So they're only eligible for this sort of short-term relief. But there are so many different challenges, and particularly in the Medicaid space, or people that have some funds and they're trying to keep their loved one at home. And I can send some data to the committee.
Thank you for that. We have other comments and questions. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator, for your advocacy in these important issues. And Christy, what you do is critical. You're here every year, every session, every public hearing, and you're advocating for that which reasonable minds understand is our basic human necessities. So I am tremendously grateful. I do have a couple of questions. When we think about dementia care, when we think about dementia care advancing to Alzheimer's care, how do the care needs change and evolve? And is there a consistency to the pattern of how it happens by individual or by family?
That's a really good question. And that is the challenge, right? This is not a disease. I testified in Human Services last week that you get a diagnosis and they hand you one sort of prescriptive pad and say, guess what? You have a cancer, you're going to get chemo and you're going to be done in 6 weeks. It is different for every single person. A person who's diagnosed under the age of 65 may have different symptoms, and the disease may progress quicker than somebody who is diagnosed as an older adult. It may linger. You may end up with someone who's having difficulty with language. 60% of the people that get diagnosed have wandering issues. So you have really big safety issues at home. You have people that are putting in dead bolts inside of their door so their person won't leave, or disabling the car, right? Taking out the spark plug so that someone can't drive. Eating, you have people then as the disease progresses, and there's no rhyme or reason, right? People can stay at a certain level and then something could happen. Somebody could end up in the hospital with dehydration. There could be a medication interaction. They could have a fall. They could have a mini stroke. So unfortunately, that's why we have this long range when we say this is the range of how long someone can live. We have people that have lived a long time. You're going to hear from some of my advocates today, and their journey was much shorter. So for a variety of reasons, but that is the challenge. We just don't know.
Thank you very much for that. I very much do understand, 10 years as a family caregiver. The twists and the turns of the care journey are many. So I completely support, your support, and thank you for your work on the Homemaker and Companion work group task force. I also believe that the training component is absolutely, completely, and totally 100% supported within that channel. And I would be remiss if I did not observe that we use the term caregiver as it relates to individuals that provide the care within a family setting. We also use the term caregiver and the word care as a universal sort of catch-all and umbrella for the provision of services. And one of the things that I question in some of our recommendations from the task force is the removal of the word care from the companion homemaker type channel of caregiving, because from my own personal experience, I can tell you, my wife and I traveled this road 3 times, and the most recent trip that we took down this road involved my mom, and without getting unduly personal, her decline began upon the passing of my father. And it happened so precipitously quickly that if not for a continuum of care that it was initiated first by our care as a family, but at a distance, the requirement of having a companion in there on the days when we could not be in Massachusetts to administer to my mom's care. And as you say, the fear of falls, the inability to plan one's day, the need to get somebody to doctor's appointments and just continue on that path is critical. And there's been a lot of conversation about how we term care. But I have to put my foot in the door and say that, you know, care takes a lot of different forms, and it doesn't have to be skilled nursing care to be called care. We're I don't think that we should be looking to change the policies, advertising, and caregiver models of certain respite providing for-profit services based on nomenclature. So that's just an editorial, but I mean, would you agree that the term caregiver does apply to everybody, from a family member to the services that family caregiver has to contract to be able to adequately care for their loved one?
So thank you for your question. And I know, being a member of that working group, people are sort of coming in this in a different space and with their own experience. But somebody who is coming into a home and they have a relationship with that person, even if they're providing companion services and they're bringing lunch to somebody, making lunch and taking them out for a visit or sitting with them, they are providing care. It's non-skilled care. And I know that sitting on that working group, there were a lot of discussions, but I'm just going to ask this committee to take a look at the recommendations and please think about the family consumers like yourself, right? Who are looking for an agency, and then understand what we need to put in place so that when people, if they do have difficulties and their needs aren't being met, that there's an avenue for them to get things resolved, right? So I think that's really to just be reasonable about that, because you can have somebody who's providing non-medical care services, whatever the terminology is, right? And they're going to say, you really might want to take a look at your mom. She's really changing. I'm noticing some differences. So maybe she's non-skilled, but she still sees things. She still notices changes, she, so I just think we have to look at this really with a set of open eyes and make this less complicated and more consumer friendly, so that if somebody does have some difficulties with an agency, it's very clear what they can do to get resolution, so that the families do feel like they're empowered as well.
Thank you very much, Christy, and if the chair will indulge me, I actually lost my question. Actually, why don't we do that?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much both for your testimony. It is really very valued and appreciated. Many of the people on this committee know that I was a caregiver previously. My father suffered from Alzheimer's and dementia, and really one of the very big reasons why I ran for office, because I found that his care as a caregiver, when it was taken out of my hands as a result of his illness becoming so progressive that he could no longer be cared for in the home, I found that the care that he received, the people were incredibly giving, and the people could not care more as if they were a family member. And I appreciated that so very much. But in many, many circumstances, their hands were tied. And my father was put in a nursing home during COVID, and my father died of COVID unnecessarily. But that's another story for another time, which I don't need to go into. But what I do want to share with you is I agree with you, Senator Wong, that respite for the families that care for those who suffer this insidious disease is so desperately needed and so wanted that I hope the work that we do in this committee really works hard to provide that. And I hope as a legislature, I know this has been looked at time and time again over the years, but I hope this is the year that we make a change and that we're able to provide some financial resources for this very, very needy population that is always overlooked, always. I do want to also talk about the word care. I know that was a recommendation, and I know I am advocating that we continue to use that word, because even if we choose as a legislature to remove that word, the everyday people who are looking for care for their loved ones will be using that word. They will be inquiring to the services, whether it's a private service provider, public service provider, they will be looking for care for their loved ones. And that's how they will ask for it. And if for whatever reason we are unable to answer in that very typical nomenclature, I think it will cause increased confusion, and I think it will make it difficult for people to obtain services. I know the discussion was around that that if somebody was calling for a more medical or skilled nursing services in a community, that the fear would be that there would be some type of confusion with the care provided. But overwhelmingly, and I'm a social worker by trade, I remember looking for care for my father before he was admitted. If I called a service provider and was looking for something that they couldn't provide, they were very upfront with me and telling me that this was the wrong place to call. This is what we can provide for you, and this is what so-and-so can provide for you. So I think it's very important that we just strongly consider leaving that phrase, very common phrase, in our continued business here. One question that I have for you is, do you feel that you're being supported by the Agency on Aging? And two questions. And does the physical note that we're talking about here outweigh the preventative costs, do you think?
Can you just clarify for which bill are you talking about? Are you asking for? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Seminara. I think there are other similar bills in human services as well as within appropriations that look at the dementia service coordinator. I think Ms. Covell talked about it within the department, but I believe our area agencies, there are 5 regional agencies that have also requested to be able to staff a dementia service coordinator. I believe the estimated dollar amounts is $100,000 for each coordinator. You talked about the invaluable service to be able to be present, to be able to kind of coordinate the available range of services, as Representative Belinsky talks about the journey in being able to care, but the unexpected twists and turns that occur, and the resources that may be available that may not be known to the various caregivers because they're too busy taking care of loved ones. So this coordinator, in addition to the proposed on this bill, I would encourage that we reconsider and add the commitment to area agencies who do such a great job and is a source of that liaison and contact, to have a dedicated coordinator, because the data of increasing dementia and us being the 6th oldest state in this country reflects a trend that it will only increase. So I think for us to be able to, and I talk a lot about budgeting being priorities, this is one where we can be more proactive and provide the necessary services. Caregivers, loved ones are unpaid caregivers for a critical element of our live and care for our seniors, period. If we can provide these kind of resources to give them some guidelines, it would be just money saved based upon pennies spent. In regards to the fiscal note, it reflects the commitment that making this commitment reflecting of our population, because it will prevent further additional struggles, health concerns, and when both family members are incapacitated, they become ward of the state, and the cost is prohibitive. Prevention is critical. Budgeting is about priorities, and if we're looking to make that commitment, so I do believe that the current cost of this implementation of the program far outweighs its initial cost, but also this is a collaborative effort. All of our caregivers beyond Alzheimer's Association, they all understand we're an aging state, and there are challenges, and if we don't get in front of it, we're going to be paying a lot more down the road. I think it's just tremendous that this committee leads on that, but it's going to go to appropriations. And in this current budgetary state that we're in, there's a lot of money available. I would encourage that when we make this, not if, when we make this commitment to these initiatives, that we build in a sustainable plan, that it doesn't just happen for a 2-year cycle, but for 5, 10, 20 years, and be built into the culture of how the state collaborates and help our senior and aging population.
So you were asking about the area agencies on aging. Yes. So we work very, very closely with them. There is a bill that we were supporting around service navigation that you were mentioning that was in human services. But this is a jigsaw puzzle, right? And we all know this on this committee. It is when you age and something happens, it's sort of like you have to really figure it out, and you have to figure out what the right plan is for you and your loved one. And it's not easy. There's no sort of one way on this. And it's usually by crisis. Someone's usually had a fall, or someone comes to the house, an older a child comes to the house and realizes the bills haven't been paid. It's crisis management. So that's why we want to look towards what we can do in the future so that people can stay at home and age and not have as much crisis management.
Thank you. We have more questions. Representative Moore.
Hello, thanks so much for coming, and thanks everything you're doing on the Alzheimer's Association. You and your team have built it to a place where, so many people go for hope, right? And critical services and awareness. You've brought so much awareness, and Senator, you have been a strong advocate of this for a long time, and I really appreciate everything you do. And you said it earlier perfectly when you're talking about the respite care provides an opportunity to recoup, right? Because caregiving is exhausting, right? It's very, very difficult. You're operating on a little sleep, right? You don't have time you have to arrange to run to the store. It's exhausting. So my question to you about the respite care program is, because by the time people need respite care, they're getting to their wit's end, right? They need a break, and I'm going to call it a break because you need a mental health break. When you are given the services for the respite care, are you giving a counseling session or information on counseling? I know that this program can't provide long-term mental health counseling to the caregiver, but if they've come for respite care, they're getting a little desperate. Is there information they're provided at that point that here are the programs and we suggest you consider them?
That's a great question. And yes, the answer is yes, because by the time someone does need respite, when they get referred and they're working with a person who can determine the income, the eligibility requirements, and to see if that person is eligible, and then to help facilitate the process of getting care, perhaps in the home, perhaps it's another type of service, then yes, we are providing that support to families. This is the area agencies on aging that are doing that. And just to really re-emphasize with respite, the state respite program has been around for a while, but to Senator Wong's point, it has been reduced over time, and we haven't really taken a look at the program holistically. There's been bills introduced, but in terms of really holistically looking at increasing the income and eligibility requirements and then adding the funding, right? So in terms of getting data, it's sometimes a little harder to get that data because this is one program and it's a needed program and there is the need, but just to circle back to that.
Great.
And you raise a very important question, because it is not simply a standalone. The proposed bills by this committee today reflects a respected consideration for the entire ecosystem of care. You give the respite, these individuals have a moment of relief. They probably spend that day trying to find out more about how they can do a better job for their loved ones. And that's why the service coordinator that may be available at the area of agencies, it helps them get the resources. Look, caregivers of loved ones never rest. And when they get that moment of respite, they're doing something else to make it better for the loved ones they're caring for. So the composite of these bills, and why I supported the broad base of them, is it's an entire ecosystem of care. And we've been lax in that. We've kind of been piecemeal. You do one thing to help, and then there are three other pieces that fall apart. It really is important for us to evaluate the entire ecosystem of care and a comprehensive review of how we can provide the best care and sustainability.
That's great. And that is right on. It has to be a holistic approach, and not just the respite care, not just it's looking at the family unit or whoever the caregivers are, right? And the person that's suffering, because when you are in that exhausted state, you can't think straight, right? I've been there. I think almost everybody on this panel has been there. When you're tired, you're not in a position to help make that plan. So the respite care helps you to take a mental health break so that you could recoup and think about, what is the long-term plan for my loved one? What is the long-term plan for our services? And it just helps all around. So thank you both for really advocating for these very important bills.
Again, thank you for your testimony.
And I want to close by acknowledging, I mentioned a number of people who have educated us about this. We don't learn this alone, the shared experiences. And I want to acknowledge Representative Belinsky for his continual advocacy of this. And Senator Seminara, I have to tell you, you honor the memory of your dad and the legacy in which he has gone through, the insidiousness of this illness, where the loss of memory, the loss of history and memories is a compounding struggle on this. But I just want to acknowledge you for your willingness to serve, and the willingness to be in human services and aging. And I commend all of you, because I watched that hearing that lasted late into the night. But again, thank you all for what you do. And I urge support of this and moving forward to get the proper funding for it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you both for coming today. And I'm going to be real quick because we have a lot of people that want to testify. It's very important. As you may know, my niece lives with us who has Down syndrome, and she's 43 years old. And I did not know that by age 40, most of them started showing signs. We're fortunate. My husband's retired. You know, we can do things, but for those that don't, so I appreciate your testimony on that. I have one quick question, and that is, if a home care, if home cares train their people in Alzheimer's training, will they then be able to put that on their brochures? As of right now, they cannot claim like Alzheimer's training or they're only companions. So if they go through that training, will they be able to let people know that they do that?
So I think under the current guidelines from DCP, I don't believe they're allowed to do that. But it's difficult because then what happens how are families supposed to know? So
Right.
I think that's my question, right? How are family members supposed to know if they're looking at an agency? So
That's
think-
what I thought, but I just want to
Yeah.
confirm. But thank you both for coming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question. First of all, I want to say thank you for the service you provide, and I completely support your efforts in this area. I'd like to look at statistics. You mentioned a little earlier, increases in cases. Again, say over the next 5 or 10 years, how big of an increase did you say we may experience? Numbers of people.
We're going up to 91,000 by 2025, and I will send the committee the facts and figures report, which we update every March. So the new one will be coming out in a couple of weeks, but I'll send the one from 2022.
Okay, and then one quick one, last one. Economic impact. Have you looked at the impact due to caregivers being pulled out of the market by taking care of their family members?
I can also send you some data on that for workforce and the cost of care, informal cost of
Yes.
care and what that would be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, the committee, for the time and thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Warner.
Hello, good morning. Senator Hockadell, Representative Garibay, Senator Seminara, Representative Belinsky, Senator Miller, Representative Fortier, and other distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Megan Baker. I am the lead Asian American Pacific Islander policy analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. I'm joined by my colleague here, Michael Werner, who's the lead aging policy analyst for the Commission, to speak to you today about several bills. The Commission has submitted written testimony with the help of our lead African American policy analyst, Denise Drummond, as well as our Yale School of Public Health policy fellows, Juliana McVeigh, Kylie Pratt, and Hannah Stiles, which further elaborates our support. I would like to begin by specifically highlighting HB 6576, which strengthens support for grandparents and non-parent relatives raising children. Approximately 47,000 of homes in Connecticut are multi-generational, with a third of these in-state multi-generational homes having grandparents specifically as the legal guardian of their grandchildren under the age of 18. And so this guardianship dynamic is prominent across the ethnographic groups on behalf of which our commission advocates. Multi-generational care is a cultural cornerstone for many Asian communities like the East Asian cohort. African Americans currently raise their grandchildren at a higher rate than any other racial or ethnic group. And the Latino population, in which multi-generational care is also prominent, is one of the fastest growing populations with Asians in the country. And so we just want to applaud the Aging Committee for bringing attention to the need of multi-generational care through bills like HB 6576. because it provides both monetary assistance and increases the well-being for some of the state's most vulnerable communities. Bills like this not only assist in the charge of language accessibility and cultural sensitivity, but research also reflects that in these guardianship and caregiving modalities, just as child well-being increases, depression amongst older adults also decreases simultaneously. And I would just like to point out that the additional resources that are mentioned in the bill, such as the Family Resource Center program and the community-based multi-service parent education and support centers, are very thoughtful inclusions that can serve to create exemplary models of care and support. And all the commission requests is that just emphasizing that these systems are most effective when they are both linguistically and culturally accessible by all communities that reside in our state. So having translated educational pamphlets and culturally sensitive trainings and programs will help to increase and have maximum efficacy for all the state demographics. Thank you for your thoughtfulness on this bill. I will turn it over to my colleague, Michael.
Thank you. Yes, hello. I am Michael Warner, the lead aging policy analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity and Opportunity. And we also want to really echo what was just said by Senator Huang and Christy Colville from the Alzheimer's Association. We really appreciate the work. There's a lot of good bills that have been raised this session from this committee and Human Services in particular. And I think thinking about this like an ecosystem is the right way. For example, in Human Services, there's a bill 5765, which we testified on, an act concerning compensation of family caregivers and Medicaid waiver programs administered by DDS. And it's that type of thinking that's really going to help us to address this workforce shortage. We were asked shortly ago about the value of that unpaid caregiving. That's 2.99 billion with a B dollars per year worth of informal caregiving for those who are looking out for folks with Alzheimer's. And nationally speaking, it's an even higher number. I believe $367 billion nationally of unpaid caregiving. So we can see that that's important. And to speak a little bit further, we're going to be talking about Senate Bill 1024, 1025, and 667, and excuse me, yeah, 6677. And regarding an act concerning Dementia Services Coordinator, our commission's been participating in a statewide policy work group. And the number one recommendation of that work group is to create this statewide dementia care coordinator. It's a single position. It's going to help align with a lot of federal programs that are going on. And the state of Connecticut won a competitive bid to get that. And we absolutely agree that the Department of Public Health is where that should be housed. They're already doing a lot of this work, administering this, and they would be able to hit the ground running. So that would be the appropriate place to house that program. And regarding 1025, implementing the recommendations of the Homemaker Companion Agency Task Force, this is an issue that we've been hearing about for a very long time from a number of constituencies. There are some quality assurance issues that have been going on. We applaud this bill. It's going to help to increase accessibility, credibility, and future longevity. We would really and we also support, by the way, the transferring of the oversight from DCP to public health. Again, that's something that's a long time coming. There's been discussions for that, and we really appreciate that is included in part of the bill. And that was also one of the primary recommendations. That said, we also want to echo something that we've been a long supporter of, and that's the Community Ombudsman Program, as was recommended on page 11 and page 15 to fully fund. When we think about the ecosystem, we think about the quality assurance that we need. In general, when we take a step back, the state of Connecticut is working diligently to allow people to age in place at home, to have livable communities, to do rebalancing, which ultimately saves money. When we have folks institutionalized, it costs triple the cost to the taxpayers versus having them being cared for at home. That's why this is valuable. If we have a strong ombudsman program who's able to engage on this community ombudsman level, as has been long known before even COVID, we've been talking about this program, and it's part of the 2022 long-term services and supports recommendations for the state, the plan that the state runs. So having a vital and strong community ombudsman program, just as we've benefited from the long-term care ombudsman program, would be very beneficial to the long-term longitudinality of this ability of the state to increase having folks being cared for at home. And so we strongly support that element of the recommendations of the task force, and we respectfully ask that the legislature go ahead and fund that, as currently there's only enough funding for one supervisor. And finally, I'd like to support an act concerning adult daycare centers. This is another program that we strongly believe in. Massachusetts, New York already permit folks with certain cognitive disabilities from 18 to 64 years old to be able to participate in these adult day services. They are really beneficial because they have 7-to-1 work ratios. So they really fill in a gap. Part of the work that we do at the commission is minister the statewide senior center work group. We've been having Chrissy Scatini come from the Adult Day Association updating us about this work group that's been going on in order to allow for Medicaid to cover this program. And we just really want to support that because that use of these programs, having a nurse on site, having meals available, having transportation available, and again, the ratios are really going to help to address a lot of this and allow people to age well in place at home and not have to get institutionalized for triple the cost. So those are our bills. In addition, we submitted a written testimony, and we appreciate all the hard work of this committee. Thank you kindly.
Thank you for your testimony. Comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Next, we're going to start the public comments. And first up is Cheryl Rosenbaum. Thank you. I believe she's online.
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Esteemed senators, representatives, and all ranking members of the Aging Committee and guests, good morning. My name is Cheryl Rosenbaum, and I'm the coordinator of the Caring Connection Adult Day Health Center located in Windsor, Connecticut, now in its 36th year of operation. We are a medical model adult day center in good standing with the Connecticut Association of Adult Day Services, open 5 days a week. On behalf of my clients, their caregivers, and myself, I am here today with a very full, grateful heart to the members of your committee for the drafting of House Bill 6677, which aims to expand adult day services for individuals who are not currently available for them. Adult day centers are amazing community-based programs that give elders the ability to remain living safely at home. This is because of their attendance at our community-based programs that profoundly and positively affect the lives of caregivers and our participants daily through a safe environment, nursing care, good food, fun, and social opportunities, just to mention a few of our many services. Since the start of the pandemic, everyday adult day centers have had to deal with significant financial changes, including staff, both recruitment and retention, and inflation affecting the cost of supplies, food, and fuel, just to name a few. Because of this, we are extremely appreciative of the $3 million in AARP funds provided in the last midterm budget adjustment. Just recently, we have been made aware of the plan for the distribution of these funds. Imagine, if you will, your partner of 27 years has been recently diagnosed with early onset disease at the age of 53. What will your new world be like? Your hopes and dreams, your future and visions of retired life have suddenly changed. Care is needed right now, yet for financial reasons, you have to continue working. Where can you turn? Situations like these unfortunately happen regularly, not just to individuals diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease or other forms of related dementia, but victims of stroke, brain injuries, and neurological diseases. Just a few of the diagnoses for strong support to open up the state Medicaid plan for coverage of adult day services for individuals under the age of 65. I am ecstatic that House Bill 6677 supports expanding adult day services. As a program coordinator, along with my colleagues, we are very supportive of the program to reimburse, I am very supportive of the proposal to reimburse our programs for the transportation services we offer. Expansions to the PCA and Community First Choice waiver programs is another direction we request the committee to take a closer look at. In the past, there has not been much support for the expansion of the current Connecticut home care program for elders. A more likelihood of success for increased adult day services could possibly come from expansions to the waiver programs I just mentioned. History in the future will detail the story of how society moved forward as a result of the pandemic that attacked in 2020. Someday, I want to be able to tell my great nieces and nephews how the state of Connecticut was instrumental in enriching the lives of older adults by making sure, even during these challenging times, the choice to live at home in your community with supportive day center programs was how elders were able to live a safe, purposeful, meaningful existence, even during a pandemic.
Could you
Thank
wrap
you
up
for
your comments?
listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Yes, we do have some comments and questions. Representative Garabay.
Great.
Hi, Cheryl. Thank you for
Hi.
testifying today. I have the honor of being involved in our adult day center in Windsor over the years. And I know what a phenomenal job that you have all done through before, but especially during COVID and reaching out and changing, because our population is aging and we're getting diseases like Alzheimer's earlier. And because of our adult day centers, we are able to keep our loved ones at home while we work, which in the end saves everybody a ton of money, besides being the best option for many people. So how many adult day centers do we have now?
We currently have 38 with our association.
38, and many of them were closing even before, because I know I'm not exact on, but it's about $84 a day that you get reimbursed, and that you have a full-time nurse on staff, you provide transportation to and from, and I know all the activities and the care, and as someone said, 1-to-7 ratio. What else do you provide?
So we provide food as well, meals and snacks, and we provide some personal care services as needed if someone needs a shower or other assistance with, could be mouth care. Our nurses give medications. We also are in touch with the caregivers and are constantly offering them support and services, as well as caseworkers, to provide the best person-centered care that our clients deserve.
And I know you grow a garden in the spring and summer, and the residents, eat from there, and you have tons of programs. So in the end, all I say is thank you for answering my questions, and thank you for all you do. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Cheryl. I want to thank you first for your participation in all these working groups and task forces, because that is how come this committee is getting to raise some of this very proactive and future thinking legislation proposals. One of the things Rep. Garabay touched on is the socialization. It's not just keeping people at home. Look, we are wired to be social beings, and no matter what the state of our dementia care, we still need that as a fundamental foundation human need. And when a person is stuck at home, even if they have a companion, that does not feed this essential human need, but the adult day programs do. I just, for our colleagues, wanted to expand a little bit. Most of our adult day programs are nonprofit, correct?
Many are. It's a combination.
Right, it's a combination. So as we look at how we can resource and fund this, you talked about the 3 million ARPA dollars, which, by the way, haven't been distributed. That's a problem. We're hoping to resolve that. But in the meanwhile, some of our adult day centers closed because they just couldn't viably, financially make it work. So we're looking forward to how can we fund sustainably expanding these services. One is putting in a recommendation of that 3 million line item to be tied with if new centers open up and we're able to to serve areas that are in adult day deserts, let's say, especially when we expand the eligibility and younger folks can participate, how we can tie that line item funding to adult day centers to resource that. But a second part is, like you referenced, a proposal that the state would take the transportation cost off of that burden of the adult day centers, so that we can fund that piece of it that you're doing on the state's behalf. Can you say
Yes.
something more about that?
Well, I'd just like to expand a little bit about a typical day and what is provided to our clients. So it's door-to-door transportation and food in the form of 1 or 2 meals, 2 snacks, 1 snack, the nurse being here all day, the activity people providing, all kinds of physical and cognitive programming, fun, music. We have a pet therapy dog who comes weekly. We have a creative arts therapist. We have a drama therapy intern. Each program is unique. And just yesterday, for example, our clients were part of a radio program where they wrote and performed a commercial about the Caring Connection that was taped, and it is being performed as part of a radio play that the senior center seniors from our town went to the radio museum to perform. So while we couldn't necessarily get them to the radio museum, a representative will be coming, and they got to learn all about all of this. This is their community. They deserve the opportunity to remain with all of these services. So for the about $86 a day, we have to provide everything that I just mentioned. Sometimes we coordinate appointments. We are constantly on the phone with our families to give updates and to get updates and to reschedule things as needed. It takes staff to do all of those things. And that is why we are looking for any assistance we can get with removing transportation outside of the general cost of the everyday cost to help supplement that. As you all know, every day that you go to fill up the pump in your car, go to the pump, fill up with gas, I'm amazed at what we pay. I just would like to share one thing. Prior to the pandemic, I used to be able to buy a case of gloves for anywhere from $40 to $60. During the pandemic, that same case of gloves for caregivers went up to $180 per case. Our numbers went down, our costs went up as we continue to try to help as many people as we can. As you said, many centers closed during the pandemic, too many. We want the opportunity to attract more people to this service in the whole state. It's not just about our 38 centers. It's about the future of adult day in Connecticut and how we can make sure everyone understands that this service saves the state money by keeping people out of long-term care facilities. No one wants to leave their home. No one wants to leave the community. Being able to be in a day program during the day and your family still work and being able to, they come home at night, you've had a full, meaningful day, you share it, or you're a little tired, so you're going to sleep better at night. You have a purpose. Everything about life is meaningful and engaging, and that's what we owe the people who built our state, our country, our lives, our parents. I can't say enough for what you're doing for us.
Thank you so much for your advocacy. And I just want to, again, for the public and for my colleagues to be reminded that, transportation for these seniors should, in my view, should be a public service, but they cannot access public transportation. They can't sit out at a bus stop.
No.
This is door to door. This is specialized care. These are mostly folks with some kind of cognitive impairment or physical impairment. So I just wanted to really elevate that cost belongs to the state anyway. And how can we tease that out to support this access to adult day services, which is so successful for, for all the reasons that you just described. And also that, families are paying usually out of pocket for this service, the daily rate. That's usually how it's working. Just to level set the landscape, the care landscape and the cost landscape. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Rep. Polinsky.
Cheryl, thank you so much for sharing. And I just want to go back and say that what you've said in response to another question about these services saving the state bundles of money is absolutely true. And I have to tell you, the enrichment cognitively, emotionally, socially that happens in your centers is earth-shattering. It's a game changer. And in the years that we cared for my father-in-law in our home, he was in an adult day center, and he was never better cared for and never happier than the years that we had him in that day center. And the activities and stimulation that you guys provided, or that our guys provided on a daily basis, was couldn't be matched by anything. So thank you for what you do, and I appreciate your advocacy. And to Rep. Hughes, if you're listening at this moment, your advocacy also moves me. And I appreciate everything that we're doing to bring these issues to a head and to recognize them for the value that they give. My family did not qualify for transportation, and there was a problem. So my wife and I shared the carpooling duties. I was the morning drop off, and my wife, who works an earlier shift, was the afternoon pickup on my father-in-law for about 3 years, and always came home with a smile on his face. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Polinsky. Is there anyone else that wants to comment? Seeing none, thank you very much, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next is Laurelyn Lewis.
Good morning, Senator Hochadel. Can you, Rep. Garibay, can you hear me? I'm here today. My name is Laurelyn Lewis. I'm an advocate with Connecticut DDS Families First, and I am a parent of a son who has Down syndrome and is 31 years old. I am here in support of HB 6679. I am presently caring for my mom in her home who has Alzheimer's. So this is very near and dear to me. And I really appreciate all the comments and the bills that have been put forth that I've heard so far this morning. In 2018, Families First worked with the legislature to pass SB 463. And the reason we did it, it was to create a task force to look at the needs of this very population, the IDD community that has a higher propensity for getting Alzheimer's. It was also to look at behavioral, those with high behavioral needs, but it's the piece around the Alzheimer's that I'm most interested in sharing with you right now. Unfortunately, because of COVID and not the non-reporting requirement that goes into some of this, the legislature has not received, as far as I know, the report from this task force. And that's a problem. Had this committee not been canceled the other day because of the internet glitches, I would have been testifying most likely at the same time that the DDS commissioner was giving his testimony to appropriations. And it's ironic because I talked to families around this issue, and I had just come off of a phone call the day before with a mom who recently lost her daughter that has Downs and also Alzheimer's fight for about 4 years, and she was in the thick of it. And she said to me, she's also an advocate, a fellow advocate up at the Capitol. And she said, Laurelyn, we know the system is a mess for the IDD loved ones, but this experience that she had took it to a whole new level. And she said she wished she could be on here testifying, but she is still trying to get her life together after the loss of her daughter. It is no disrespect to the commissioners in the state of Connecticut, but this bill seems to be looking primarily at the Commissioner of Aging to solve this, to look at this. And I would propose that it has stakeholders involved in it. I don't know how this is going to look different than a task force that went and did all this work and still hasn't been reported. But there are a lot of good people in the state and out of the state that can weigh in on some of this. And I hope that there's going to be somebody with some knowledge that's going to steer this as it goes along.
Your thoughts for us, please.
Yeah. So anyway, my testimony has not been submitted yet because I am at home with Mom, who is hopefully occupied right now long enough for me to do this. And I thank you and look forward to any questions or comments anybody has.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Next up, we have Mario D'Aquila, and that will be followed by Terry Ducharme.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Excellent. Senator Hochadel, Representative Garibay, and the distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Mario D'Aquila. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and co-owner of Assisted Living Services, Inc. Our company has offices in Cheshire and Westport, Connecticut, and we've employed and provided quality non-medical home care to thousands of Connecticut residents since 1996. I'm here today to support SB 1025, an act implementing the recommendations of the Homemaker Companion Agency Task Force. Our company was founded from a very personal need for non-medical home care for one of our loved ones. When my great-grandfather was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, living at home alone was not possible. It was then when my mother stepped in to provide the necessary care that he needed to age at home. One of his wishes was to age in his own home until the day he died, and that was a promise my mom vowed to keep. As my great-grandfather's care needs progressed, we needed to hire staff that would help him with his dressing, bathing, toileting, feeding, and med reminders, and safety monitoring. The care that they provided for him allowed him to age well into his 90s in his own home. Through this experience, my mother and father decided to start a company to provide ever important care to seniors who would like to spend their greater years living at home. Due to our customers' ever-changing care needs, our caregivers provide more than just companionship. Although companionship is important for seniors, it's the assistance with activities of daily living, such as toileting, bathing, transfers, meal prep, med reminders, and mobility assistance that allows them to age at home comfortably and safely. While I am here in support of SB 1025, there's a few points that I'd like to discuss. It's important to amend the language in the DCP state statute to include that our caregivers can provide in-home care supports for those that need this type of assistance to maintain a positive quality of life. The reason for this is while during the transition to DPH, it's important that homemaker companion agencies are allowed to use the word care in their description of services so that we can continue to support those that need the essential service. The development of the mandatory trainings for employees should be in consultation with the Department of Social Services. DSS has well-developed trainings for Medicaid providers that encompass the important tasks that our caregivers perform. The plan for the transition from DCP to DPH should be developed in consultation with our supportive trade associations, the Home Care Association of America and the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home. And
Mario,
lastly,
wrap up your thoughts, please.
sure. Lastly, the transition to DPH should include new regs to be developed to match the type of non-medical in-home care that homemaker companion agencies do to support those that want to age in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Do we have any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, we have Terry Ducharme, and it will be followed by Ryan Ventura.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hockadell, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee and all that are here today. My name is Terry Ducharme. I'm the Program Manager for Day Kimball Homemakers. I support SB 1025 and act implementing the recommendations of the Homemaker Companion Agency Task Force. As a small agency in the very northeast corner of the state, we've been providing care for our community members in need for many years. We're the sister agency to Day Kimball Healthcare at Home, a licensed home health care agency. We take pride in what we do for our community with the goal to keep our clients where they want to be, at home. To reach that goal, our employees, whom I refer to as caregivers, encompass homemakers, companions, and personal care assistants. With the recent revision of the DCP Home Care Agency advertising guidelines prohibiting the use of language in advertising of the services we offer to exclude the term care, makes it feel like we're being punished for the very thing we all want to do when we come to work every day, care for our community members. To me, a caregiver is someone or a team of people that can be counted on day in and day out. These caregivers provide help to our elderly neighbors who are unable to get in and out of the shower safely, prepare their meals, or get dressed. These caregivers assist your mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and grandfathers to manage their household tasks, keep their homes clean and safe, provide socialization, and support their nutrition. These caregivers often fill the gaps that family members are unable to fill. Simply put, this is care. This is human care. To say that these types of services are not care is wrong, misleading, and devoid of the compassion our clients and their families are looking for and need. We're unable to clearly communicate the type of care we can provide to our seniors. We risk them going without necessary care, which undoubtedly will contribute to neglect, injury, poor health, and institutionalization, opposite of what we all want for our seniors. In northeastern Connecticut, due to our rural location, small population, and staffing difficulties since the pandemic, we've had to start to think outside the box for ways to bolster our business just to be able to continue servicing our community. As a registered nurse and the program manager here, I should be able to let our community know that our team is managed by a nurse. I do not allow our caregivers to offer any medical care. They only provide supportive non-medical care. However, with the advertising revisions by DCP, we're prohibited from informing our community members that I am a nurse. As long as we provide the care allowed, what difference does it make if I'm a nurse program manager? The remaining proposals of the bill are great recommendations, and I support DCP and DPH on new regulations to include training standards, including care for clients with Alzheimer's, dementia conditions, as well as implementing a model written contract or service agreement. Thank you to the Aging Committee for raising this bill.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you for your testimony. Very well articulated and touching. If I might just ask a quick question.
Sure.
What possible reason do you see to removing the term care from your use in being able to classify and communicate the services imparted by your company?
I honestly believe that being a non-medical business, DCP is saying we're a non-medical business. They don't want us to represent that we do provide care, medical care of any type. So I believe just removing the word care out of everything we do, you know, I guess makes it look like we're, you know, we just don't provide medical care. You know, it's hard to understand why we couldn't use that word, where that is what we do. That's what, you know, our caregivers do.
Thank you for that. I do understand that. And I think it's a shame that that what probably is a result of having some bad actors in the marketplace, and a lack of oversight under DCP, has led to what probably is an overreaction to an isolated problem. But in your opinion, by moving this to the Department of Public Health for oversight, and with their experience in regulating, licensing, et cetera, I'm not suggesting that we license and all the rest of that, but do you think that the problem of having isolated bad actors will be addressed simply by having DPH and its experience in an oversight position?
I do. I do very much agree with that. You know, from what I understand, there are just a couple of you know, folks in DCP that oversee hundreds and hundreds of home care agencies or non-medical agencies. So I think with the closer oversight with DPH, that will just go along with, you know, just assuring that, you know, what's being provided to our community, to our seniors, to those that need us, you know, they're getting what they need, and along with, you know, along with that closer oversight will, oh, I'm at a loss for words now. I'm so sorry. I just definitely think with DPH, it's going to help this situation.
Thank you very much, Terry. I appreciate what you do, and I also share your opinion that that having better oversight is going to make a difference. I hope that we can see the forest through the trees, and not act punitively on something that's going to already be addressed by restricting the way you guys can represent your legitimate service offerings. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Garabay.
Rep. Belinsky kind of said what I was going to say, but I've learned that the change to Department of Public Health will be the consumer protection. They're about laws for businesses, and this is about people and individuals. So I also agree that it might be a better fit for Department of Public Health and consumer protection. I don't think they're trying to be punitive in what they do. It's just they're about business. They're about just certain things, the way they're written, etc. So I agree that it is care. You know, we care when I say I care for my niece, or you care for an ailing mom or someone who's sick. And I also agree not to punish everyone because of a few bad actors. And we've talked this whole session about transparency, accountability, and support. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
I understand Ryan Ventura is not here, so we're going to move on to Guy Tomasi. If Guy Tomasi is on Zoom, if he could accept the request to become a panelist, that way we could hear your testimony. All right, we're going to move on, and hopefully if he comes on the screen, oh, I see him now. Okay. Guy, if you could
Can you hear me? Everybody
Hear
hear
you,
me?
but if you could also turn on your picture, please, so we could see you. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Well, good morning, Senator Huckadell, Representative Garabay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Guy Tomasi. I'm the director at Lifetime Care at Home here in Guilford. We are a provider of non-medical home care within the Yale New Haven Health System. I'm here today before you to support SB 1025, an act implementing the recommendations of the Homemaker Companion Agency Task Force. Also, in a recent email communication from the Department of Consumer Protection, all homemaker companion agencies were informed that they are now prohibited from using the term care in their advertising, including their website. We do provide care. We do provide care in the home. It's not medical care. It's not clinical care, but supportive care, helping our clients live a quality life in a place that gives them comfort and familiarity. Of great concern is the fact that about 2/3 of our registered agencies have the word care in their name. Our agency is a perfect example, Lifetime Care at Home. We urge you to address this gap by supporting the term care in the bill language and in regulations. Lifetime Care at Home has been registered in good standing with the Department of Consumer Protection since our inception in 1999. Homemaker companion agencies provide valuable non-medical support care in the home, wherever they call home, and includes the activities of daily living, such as bathing and grooming and toileting, as well as those of companionship, homemaking, and transportation. These are also key components in addressing the social determinants of health. Homemaker companion agencies offer our clients the freedom of receiving care in the safety and security of their home, a setting where they can thrive and survive and truly enjoy the benefits of the best quality of life for as long as possible. Families also benefit knowing their loved ones are in good, capable, compassionate hands. The demand for in-home care has never been greater. Not only is their home where they want this care to occur, but this is the most cost-efficient setting. SB 1025 will ensure that all registered homemaker companion agencies will be held to the same standards. Training programs will be mandated and monitored for compliance. Person-centered care plans will be developed, modified, and implemented to meet the needs of our clients and reduce the risk of hospitalization. As providers, this care, we must be accountable to those who have placed their trust and have peace of mind. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much. Are there comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we will move on to Caleb Rosemay, followed by Brian McCaig.
Good morning. I have submitted a written testimonial. Senator Hochedale, Representative Garabay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Caleb Rosemay, and my wife and I have operated Assured Quality Home Care based in Norwich for 7 years. Our dedicated care team provides clients and families with non-medical home care services that create relief and peace of mind throughout New London County. On January 31st, DCP sent advertising guidelines to all home care agencies that, amongst other things, prohibit us from using the word care because they believe the word suggests we provide medical services. This arbitrary decision to redefine the word care places a significant financial burden on hundreds of Connecticut's small home care businesses. And worst of all, we're being told that we can no longer care. Firstly, neither Oxford, Merriam-Webster, Collins, nor dictionary.com associate the words care or caregiver with medical services or providers. So what is the basis for DCP's definition change? Secondly, DCP made this decision behind closed doors and without the cooperative regulatory process required to ensure that all voices were heard and the best possible decision was made. Lastly, despite numerous attempts, we have been unable to get further clarification from DCP. When we reviewed your bill, however, we saw that you used the word care multiple times. recognizing that we are in the business of providing care to our clients and how vital the word care is to our industry. My care team and I are here today to support your raise bill 1025. Most importantly, we are here to celebrate the process you took by having the task force work collaboratively to create legislation that we can all celebrate and unanimously support. We support transitioning home care to DPH. The role and responsibility of home care agencies have evolved dramatically, and DCP has been put in the difficult position of regulating an industry they do not understand, have the expertise for, nor staffing to oversee. New York, Rhode Island, and many others have home care agencies regulated by their Department of Health because they have the expertise. We should follow these best practices. We support setting standards and requiring training for caregivers. Our company has trained, certified, and employed over 100 caregivers to provide high-quality, non-medical home care services. And Three Rivers Community College has accredited the training program that we've developed. We offer to help you create those training standards. We encourage you to expand home care to include personal care. If we're going to be creating training standards, personal care must be included with this change so that the training standards created are adequate. Personal care services include non-medical services such as bathing, toileting, transferring, and more, which are critical for our consumers. Home care agencies are already providing these services to Medicaid eligible clients through DSS. This change would more accurately reflect the reality of the services we are already being asked to provide our clients.
Could you summarize, please? Yep.
In conclusion, we fully support this raise bill, which sets our caring industry in the right direction. And we hope you continue to initiate change through the same collaborative measures you used to raise this bill. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Brian McCaig, followed by Tracy Wodach.
Good afternoon, chairs, ranking members, and members of the Aging Committee and Human Services Committee. My name is Brian McCaig, and on behalf of Edenbridge Health, I'm pleased to testify before the committee today on House Bill 6677, an act concerning adult day programs, specifically the portion authorizing the Commissioner of Social Services to amend the Medicaid state plan to add PACE, the program of all-inclusive care for the elderly. You don't need me to tell you that traditional healthcare is in trouble and has been since COVID. Last week's hearing on House Bill 6626 laid bare for all to hear that there are incredible workforce shortages. The national healthcare call is for more and more money. And while rates climb, we hear that outcomes are no better for it. In fact, no matter how much Medicaid money states are throwing at problems, no real solutions are often found. I support House Bill 6677 because it fundamentally changes the focus towards the prevention of higher cost services by supporting lower cost, preemptive community-based services that have across the country demonstrated their value to states while significantly improving the lives of seniors. I testified to a similar bill last week and spoke about my father who lived in Rhode Island and suffered from dementia. We thought we had no choice but to place him in a facility. And in the first 6 months there, he was hospitalized 4 times. He lost significant weight. It was a horrifying cycle to watch him in. We made the decision to bring him home with PACE services. He attended the PACE Day Center 5 days a week and loved getting on the bus to, quote, go to work, as he called it. He had a consistent aide at home to help my mother care for him. He got to celebrate holidays and birthdays and fish with his 9 grandchildren. He lived a life that he loved for 3.5 meaningful years without one time going to the hospital. And what's more, his care cost the state a fraction of the nursing home cost. There's an important place and need for institutional type care. The work can't be discounted, and yet there are great options to delay that need and sometimes avoid it completely when states can offer robust home and community-based services like Adult Day and PACE. PACE is a nationally recognized model with a 40-year track record of improving health outcomes and reducing costs because it focuses on the social determinants of health as well as the medical needs of participants in the program. There are no caps to the amount of services that a participant can receive. I'm grateful for your time this morning and the genuine concern for the future of seniors in Connecticut that you've shown towards this important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And we have Tracy Wodach, followed by Elizabeth Stea.
Good morning, Senator Hockadell, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Tracy Wodach. I am the President and CEO at the Connecticut Association for Healthcare at Home, whose members include several dozen DCP-registered homemaker companion agencies, or HCAs. I was also an active participant on the HCA task force this past fall and would like to thank Senator Miller and the Aging Committee for their support of this task force and this bill. I am also an active member of the Alzheimer's, Dementia, and Related Diseases Coalition and support SB 1024 to establish a statewide dementia coordinator. The main portion of my testimony today is to support SB 1025, especially the transition of HCAs over to DPH. However, July 1st, 2024, as outlined in the bill, may be a bit premature as new regulations to align with the care provided by the HCAs would need to be promulgated, and that takes time. We are very interested in assisting with the creation of such regulations. One strong recommendation is to move away from the term homemaker companion agency to something more in line with what the type of care these agencies provide. You've already heard several testifiers speak to the requirement to remove care from their advertising and name. Throughout the country, however, most are referred to as home care agencies or personal care agencies. They do indeed provide care in the home every day, and it is because of this care that people are able to stay in their homes. Of note, approximately 2/3 of the 900 plus HCA providers in Connecticut have the word care in their agency names. Again, throughout the country, most are referred to as home care agencies or personal care agencies. We would like to transition the name. This challenge is strong support for the need to modernize regulations to align with the future of care at home. We're pleased that this bill does include the word care several times, which supports the care provided by these agencies. One omission from the bill that I think needs to be addressed is DCP does not have enough staff currently to oversee the 900 plus agencies. We do need to address more staffing, whether it be DCP or transition to DPH later. DCP has just 2 investigators who report being able to address approximately 200 agency audits annually. They can't possibly keep up with the need for adequate oversight for the tremendous growth that has occurred in the last 10 years in this provider type. We also support the remaining proposals in the bill, including training standards, as well as training standards for the care of clients with Alzheimer's, dementia type conditions. And I am aware of why agencies are not supposed to advertise and would be happy to answer that question. Also, tighter complaint process, including a consumer complaint guide and an updated consumer info guide, which we'd be happy to participate in creating, along with a model written agreement or service agreement, which we also would be happy to participate in the creation of. Again, thank you to the Aging Committee for raising this bill. Very important that we move forward to the future of care at home.
Thank you so much. Comments or questions? Yes, Representative Belinsky and Senator Seminator.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to say thank you, Tracy, for everything that you do and continue to do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you so much for participating in the task force. I know a lot of work was put into it, and a lot of good information was yielded out of that. I just was a little confused by your testimony. I just want to make sure, are you in favor of keeping the word care, or are you in favor of that being left out?
We are absolutely in favor of care. Representative Garibay mentioned that she thought that it probably was a problem with DCP because they are in charge of overseeing businesses, and I do agree with that. The Homemaker Companion Agency regulations were created in 2006, and while there is a definition for a homemaker that provides personal hygiene, there is nowhere in the regulations that use the word care. So I do believe that's why DCP sent out the email that prohibited the use of care. We are caregivers. We provide care at home. It's supportive care. It is not medical care. And I think that's where DCP was trying to draw the line. They were equating care with medical care, and that is not the type of care that these HCAs provide. So we would really support moving to a new name. Number one, home care agencies, personal care agencies, and away from homemaker companion agencies. We're the only state in the nation that has such a designation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your clarification.
Representative Hughes.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tracy, for being a partner in good policy making. And, you know, throughout, well before the pandemic, but throughout all those working groups and task forces, you and your counterparts are invaluable to making good policy around this landscape. I don't know if you mentioned the Community Ombudsman's Office, but I wanted you to say more about that. If we move this all under the Department of Public Health, how that can work collaboratively to really, regulate and provide a common language for families looking for different levels of care needs.
Yes, I thank you, Rep. Hughes, for your comments as well as your questions. The Community Ombudsman is something that passed last year, and it really hasn't been implemented to date. There are so many providers of care in the community, not just agency, but also self-directed care. So a Community Ombudsman program, not just one person, is really a need, so that people know that they can go to that ombudsman for questions and support and education. The transition to DPH would give a different flavor to these providers as well, in that we would need updated regulations to ensure it aligns with their type of care. They would oversee the regulatory side of it. The ombudsman would really oversee the support and education in how they can navigate the system and what things they can do to ensure they're advocating for themselves. So we are in support of both, and we would like to be at the table for both.
And just one final question, if I may, Madam Chair, do you have any recommendations about how robust that Community Ombudsman's Office should be staffed?
That really would have to be a calculation. I'd love to work with Mairead Painter on that, and they know how many they need for the facilities that they support now. We would have to work with the current ombudsman lead, as well as DSS, and knowing the full volume of providers in the community to calculate that number. It would be a pretty large number.
I would imagine so, and I'm just saying, as we look future-proof this, let's directly know what those numbers are. Let's ramp up, and let's staff accordingly, because this, like you said, is, I think there's like 90% of our elders are living out in the community, and currently we have no ombudsman oversight of that. So just to make that stark landscape. Thanks.
Thank you.
Senator Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too only have a comment. Tracy, thank you so much for the work that you did on the task force. We couldn't have done it without you and Mark, and I wish he was here so that I could show him my gratitude as well. But I have to admit, I feel like a proud mother and the work that came out of this task force. And I can honestly say that there were no special interests on that task force. Everyone wanted to make sure that whatever end product we ended up with, that it was a good product for the people that it most affect, and that's our older adults. So again, I want to say thank you so much. I mean, the wealth of information you added, I have to admit I was impressed, because I'm new to this arena, right? To this space. And so I learned so much from you and all of the other members on the task force. So thank you again for all of your input and just giving up your free time to do this. So thank you.
Thank
you.
And
for your testimony too.
Thank you. May I address Senator Miller? I truly appreciate your support on the task force when you were able to participate. I also want to just comment that it's a very difficult position that DCP has been in over these years, because the growth in homemaker companion agencies went from 380 to over 900 in 10 years' time. That supports the need for care at home, but it also supports the need to really look at how these regulations were set up back in 2006 to make sure that we are growing and aligning ourselves with the needs for the future of care at home. And I really was the only person at the table that had any knowledge about DPH because I work with them day in and day out for our licensed home health and hospice providers. So I really feel that for oversight, although the homemaker companion agencies are not a medical model, we can do the community a great justice if we can make regulations that truly do fit that non-medical level and are not medical oversight, RN, all those other pieces that we have to follow in our licensure for home health. So I thank you for your input and your guidance. And I also failed to mention Mark McGoldrick, and I know you did, Senator Miller. For the rest of the Aging Committee, Mark McGoldrick was one of the co-chairs, and he passed away very unexpectedly in the middle of December, leaving quite a void at leadership. But thank you to Ann Foley, the other co-chair, who stepped up and really took leadership on.
Thank you. Representative Fortier.
Yes, I just had a quick question because I'm new. You mentioned that the community ombudsman position was created in the past, and I'm wondering what agency that's housed in or supposed to be housed in. Thanks.
I believe it is with the current ombudsman program where Mairead Painter, and I apologize, it's slipping my mind. But I believe it was to align in the same department.
Thank you.
It was passed last year.
Representative Case.
Thank you. And well, I can say good afternoon, Tracy. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Rep. Case.
It's good to see you and always advocating. And I think my concern is in what we need to look at, because we're seeing it in many committees right now in many different agencies. We have to start looking at workforce development.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about aging at home. We talk about IDD at home. We talk about autistic at home. We just had one of 3 major university buildings shut down. We don't have enough programs to teach. We need to come up with ideas and not throw money at it, but we need to come up with ideas to entice and to get people certified so that they can do these jobs. Our nursing homes alone are under 50% understaffed. I just don't understand where all the workers went. And we talk about being at home. If we can't staff the nursing homes right now, how are we going to upgrade in the staffing levels for companions for people being at home? Do you have any ideas on how we move forward with that? I mean, we're talking about in higher ed, but we need workforce development and we need courses in order to do that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And interestingly, I just came from the Capital Region Workforce Coalition, who is diligently working on some of these very issues. The reality is that currently the care at home provided by the homemaker companion agencies, as well as the self-directed care program run by the Department of Social Services, there is no specific standard training for them. They are experiencing some workforce shortages, but I would venture that they're not experiencing the workforce shortages that we are in the licensed side, as well as nursing homes and hospitals. And it is a lot because of the training. It's a lot because of the institutions. You mentioned Stone Academy closing. That leaves a lot of, I think it's 1,000 LPNs in the middle of program out trying to figure out where they're going to continue to get their training. And those LPNs are so needed. As far as training for this particular level worker, DSS, through their waiver programs, already has a personal care assistant training that has been developed. Any provider who is partnering with DSS to provide state-funded waiver services must send their PCAs through the training. So it is already established. It's something that we can probably build on and try to get more standardization throughout the industry. Again, it's called a personal care attendant, which is in direct contradiction with the inability to use the word care on the homemaker companion side. But personal care attendants work for homemaker companion agencies and have ever since that role was created by the Department of Social Services to fill a huge void, and it's doing a great job filling that void. So I strongly support the training, and I'm happy to be at the table to help create it. And I think we do need some very creative online options, train the trainer options, things that we can do to really help bolster the workforce to ensure best practices throughout.
Thank you, Tracy. It's just something that's hitting real hard with all agencies. And I think it's going to take a deeper dive once we look at these bills on the appropriation side, because we don't have the staffing. What are we throwing the money at? We need to figure out, the more people, I think it's great because, more that want to stay at home, be at home, and some want less people coming into the home because they don't want to be, we're just coming out of a pandemic. They want to be able to pick and choose who comes into their home. So I get it. I'm just very concerned on how we get there. We can put any law into place and want you or your agencies to comply. But if we don't have anything to back it, to give you the employees, what are we doing? So I think that's where we just need to be careful. I'm working on it over in higher ed, and I know there's a lot of people that are on this. And like you said, there's 1,000+ people that were half midstream trained, and now they have no place to go. So
well, I do strongly suggest using technology as much as we can to try to, and I know it doesn't necessarily take the place of an individual instructor or teacher or educator, but we do have to try to put some type of standards in place that can reach more people, and put the agencies themselves, the homemaker companion agencies themselves, in charge of ensuring that those trainings are happening. I didn't really talk about the Alzheimer's dementia training that's within the bill so much as to just support it, but there is already well established, and I know Christy Koval was testifying for quite a while, that Alzheimer's Association is just an amazing wealth of information and support, and their educational programs are free. And so we wouldn't be putting a fiscal note to that. We would hopefully be able to just put a work group together that can identify some of the training courses that we would recommend.
Well, thank you. And I just want to make sure, because when we put this forward, we have the online stuff is great, and we've all learned to do the online and test. But when you're talking about working with people and working with elderly and working in this capacity, the clinicals are also very important. And we need to make sure that that clinical part is taking place, because if you don't have hands-on, no pun intended, we can't really move forward and certify somebody without that hands-on instruction. So we can do the clinical stuff, but we still need to find that component of or we can do the online stuff. We still need to find the component of clinical. So
yeah, I think, Caleb Rosime testified earlier, and he has created a great training program within his organization. And I think, he probably would be very willing to help with the standards as well. And again, I want to go away from clinical, because it's not clinical, it's care, it's support care. I do believe there was a section of the bill that discussed the service agreement needing to include frequency of on-site visits for supervision. That might possibly be a way that we could enhance the bill to ensure that anybody going into the home has a certain level of training in order to be able to do the care that they're being asked to do. Each individual client, has different care needs. And so if we can ensure that they're trained and there's been some on-site review of that person's care, I think that would be an option.
thank you, Tracy. And we'll keep working on it here. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Garabay.
Tracy, are you aware of the programs at Capital Community College and what they're doing for preparing students to be LPNs or CNAs, et cetera?
Yeah, actually, the Office of Workforce Strategy is a group that I've been working with for the last couple of years, and Ben Stang just released a draft report that I believe is coming before the legislature regarding all of the programs in the state, and also the former Connecticut League for Nursing, or Connecticut Center for Nursing Workforce now has all of that already listed. And in the prep programs, like the remedial math science programs that are available, it's Capital Community. It's good when there's multiple programs throughout the state that are trying to prepare healthcare careers of tomorrow. And a lot of the high schools are participating in that as well, to try to make sure that they have the core courses before they can try to get into school. Another piece of data that I just want to share with you that doesn't have anything to do with this Homemaker Companion Agency bill is that there are on an annual basis about 13,000 applicants for nursing programs in the state, and 2,800 get admitted. So what do we do with the rest, the other 80% that don't get in? We certainly would love to have some type of track that we can help them get to a level where they can move into a healthcare career that can provide them with an adequate salary.
I visited there on Tuesday. They had an open house for legislators, and some of us were there. I was very impressed of the consolidation going under one umbrella and the savings that they've found by doing that. What I also really liked, you can go to Nuntuck for some classes, then come to Hartford and go to Capital. And so you can do, but they're taking some of the nurses that were closed out of the facility last week and doing that. And the last thing I'm going to leave with is, in my time in the legislature, we have money for transportation. We have money for big buildings. We have all this money. And over the years, maybe 20 years ago, the aging population wasn't as needy. I don't know, but it has transformed over the past 20 years. And it's time that we ask for what we need in this for our aging population. Thank you.
I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Are there other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to go on to Elizabeth Stea. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And then Christine Lajeunesse.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could turn your camera on though for us, please.
How's that? Good afternoon. Senator Hochedel, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Elizabeth Stay. I'm the Director of Care Connection by the Stratford VNA, and I'm here before you today to support SB 1025. Care Connection is a non-medical home care agency which serves parts of Fairfield and New Haven counties. We're among hundreds of other non-medical home care agencies throughout Connecticut and beyond that provide in-home personal care to seniors and the disabled within our community. The important care that we provide allows this population to age in place. As we are aware, there isn't existing licensure for the care that home care agencies provide. We are registered with the Department of Consumer Protections. We support the transition to DPH with regulations created to align with our level of support care provided. Although we're in support of most of the content within the bill, we're opposed to the following. In a recent DCP email, we were instructed that the word care must be removed from our agency's name, advertising literature, and plans of care, that we may no longer advertise, make reference to the caregivers as caregivers, CNAs, PCAs, and HHAs, and that we may not advertise that we provide instruction in such areas as dementia and Alzheimer's training. This guidance defies common sense, as the word care is recognized and used by consumers, professionals, and the like. In Connecticut, 66% or more of home care agencies use the word care in their name. We rely on the word care to directly reference the care we offer and to provide our communities. This change would have crippling monetary effects on every home care agency and to the communities in which we serve. Lastly, although we agree that there needs to be established training standards, we as home care agencies must be included in the development of these standards. The training needs to be accessible to all in a cost-effective manner and include a timeframe conducive for successful implementation. On behalf of the non-medical home care agency in Connecticut, I urge you to withdraw the guidance with respect to prohibiting the word care. Instead, I urge department officials to work together with home care agencies to develop logical and practical policies that recognize consumer expectations while respecting the important care agencies and caregivers provide each day. I respectfully thank you for your time, your consideration, and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. We'll now hear from Christine from Always Best Care Center Senior. Le Junice. Is Christine on? Okay, we're going to move on to Leah Cantor. Leah, are you?
I'm here. Can you see me?
We see your L.
Let's see what I can do. I'm not quite sure why you can't see me. But I will begin my testimony so I don't lose time.
Okay.
Distinguished co-chairs and members of the Aging Committee, my name is Leah Cantor. Oh, I think I'm going to join here.
Do you want us to come back to you?
I think I'm good. Can you see me now?
Yep.
Okay. Hi. Distinguished co-chairs and members of the Aging Committee, my name is Leah Cantor. I was in large part the driving force behind Raised Senate Bill 1025, as well as the formation of the task force. Today marks 4 years since I began the fight of my life to bring what's behind the curtain, to bring to light what's behind the curtain of Connecticut's home companion industry and its broken system of regulation or lack thereof. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to share some powerful testimony. I will also show you where this bill falls very short and the vital additional language needed to make it exponentially more effective. Today also marks 4 years since I found my elderly disabled dad home alone without his 24/7 live-in caregiver provided through a home companion agency or HCA, a local franchise of one of the largest national home companion agencies. My dad had advanced dementia, couldn't walk without an aid, was minimally verbal, and had the vulnerability of a 4-year-old. Given the opportunity through legal means, the HCA did not produce documentation of my family's consent that my dad could be left home alone. It didn't exist. What's more, it appeared that she may have left him alone dozens of times in the 9 months following my mom's passing. Since then, I learned this HCA had a 10+ year documented history of a multitude of regulation violations, a history of deceiving the DCP commissioner and the public with misleading illegal ads, swaying business away from its competitors, was cited with 18 regulation violations in the audit following my complaint, failed to conduct proper background checks, failed to sufficiently supervise their staff, was involved in 2 legal cases, both citing forgeries, and had been recommended by 2 separate DCP investigators in 2 different years to have their certification revoked. This is all documented in the approximately 5,000 pages provided to me by the DCP through FOI. Homeland Security alerted me that my dad's caregiver was likely a criminal impersonator with a history of identity theft. The DCP noted in a memo, there was no evidence that the HCA was concerned with or attempted to corroborate the legitimacy of 2 different identities that the caregiver provided even after the DCP brought up these concerns. This caregiver lived in my parents' home for 2.5 years, and we had no idea who she was. Given all this, the DCP has never held a disciplinary hearing, suspended, or even failed to renew this HCA certification. In fact, this agency continues to do business unscathed. Connecticut residents deserve better than this. It took nearly 3 years and a threat of an FOI complaint before the DCP finished their investigation and sent me the results of my complaint, literally hours before I lost some of my legal rights. You can imagine how horrified I was to learn that the DCP released it to a journalist months prior. Having to retain counsel just to get answers about your complaint is unacceptable. With regard to this bill, transferring oversight of HCAs from DCP to DPH is crucial for 2 main reasons. First, HCA caregivers perform health and safety-related tasks every day: pericare, transfers, assistance with walking, bathing, communicating with clients with dementia. But because quality of care falls outside the scope of DCP oversight, no supervision or training is required for what the DCP refers as these
Please wrap up. We've given you 1.5 minutes extra because of our technical difficulties, but you have 10 seconds left, please.
Okay, let me summarize. I asked you all to take a few minutes to look at my written testimony. You'll see the comprehensive testimony there. I want to thank Senator Miller. And lastly, I want to recognize my dad, who I lost tragically to COVID before the vaccine, alongside the 4 floors of COVID patients in the Connecticut hospital where he died. This fight is for him and for all those who deserve better. Thank you.
We thank you for your testimony, and we thank you for also submitting written, because then with time we can look at it and do question.
Hello. Thank you for your testimony, and I'm sorry for your loss. Can you sum up very quickly what happened to the caregiver, and were there consequences to the agency that was supposed to be caring for your dad?
Sure. From what I understand, the caregiver was not terminated. She was placed with another client, a relative of a nurse in a prominent medical facility. The DCP did not issue discipline, but issued something called an ABC, which is an assurance of voluntary settlement, in exchange for $9,000 and a promise to comply, which they allegedly, it seems like they broke it four times within 4 months of their signing their agreement. And I've filed complaints with FOI, the DCP, and they're pretty much ignoring me. It's imperative that this bill, the revocation of a certification after 3 violations in 1 year, be retroactive, going back 3 years. We need to weed out these bad actors, so we have a level playing field without unfair competition. And just this past November, 2 weeks after I provided a link in my written testimony to the Connecticut judicial website to access legal history of an HCA, the HCA that we hired changed the registration business name. Now, without the knowledge of their former business name, consumers can't access their long history of legal debacles. It magically disappeared. So basically nothing happened.
So if I might, because I think a lot of what the task force found and a lot of what we're trying to accomplish with this legislation is to provide oversight and provide safeguards. You probably already know that the oversight piece of this has been recommended to move from DCP to DPH because it's more in their wheelhouse. And many of us feel that that's going to improve oversight. But, you know, if you could define for me, you know, what you think we should implement to provide safeguards, particularly for folks that aren't fluid at communicating their needs, like dementia and Alzheimer's patients. What would you suggest would be a good place to start?
Thank you for your question. Number one, there have to be resources online. I am a fairly educated woman, and I could not find the resources I needed to protect my father. We need links to effective home care guides to help people navigate the real questions to ask when they're looking for caregiving agencies. I spent the past 3 years researching and developing a guide that I have sent to geriatric social workers, case managers, senior centers, to please take all of or some of what I wrote and disseminate the information. And not one agency or position would touch it with a 10-foot pole. I don't understand this. What are we hiding? We need to put the information out there. Additionally, the state needs to post in an obvious place online that the public can request copies of complaints of any HCA. And there should be a 2-week stipulation on sending them out, because I did request complaints. I got over a dozen for this agency, and sadly, it was too late for me, but these complaints were very telling.
All right, thank you very much. You know, we have some other related legislation that was in an earlier public hearing for the creation of, you know, consequences for folks that abuse, neglect, or mistreat our seniors, as well as formation of a registry, which has become a little bit of a hot potato here. But you know, we are looking to isolate and eliminate the abuses of those outliers that we believe are out there. I want to just thank you for answering my questions. I do understand your concern. I believe on this committee share that concern very, very seriously, which is one of the reasons why we're looking at SB 1025 to create some level of accountability and reform in a business that means well, but has you know, bad actors that are in it. Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Senator Marks.
Hi, thank you for your testimony and for all your hard work over the last 4 years. I'm a home care nurse, and I go into the homes of our seniors and disabled all the time that have homemakers and companions, many of them paid with state dollars through the home care program for elders. And it is because of this, that's one of the catalysts for why I decided to run for office, because I was blown away by this industry and what was happening in this industry in such a wealthy state as Connecticut. I hear what you're saying. I actually believe that a patient from our agency was found dead on the floor a few weeks ago, and she had 24/7 care, and she had been on the floor for a while. And you know, that's negligent homicide to me. And I just wonder how many of our seniors end up really hurt or even dead because of the way these home care agencies operate. So what I'm asking you is, I agree that care should be taken out. I agree that they should not be using the word care. A homemaker and a companion is not allowed to touch the clients. They're not allowed to toilet their clients. They're not allowed to dress the clients. If a client needs those services, then they need to have a PCA, which costs more money. And so often, I believe, the homemaker and companion is used to do the services of a PCA because it's less expensive and it saves money for everybody, and the client is who gets hurt. So what do you think about cameras in the homes of those that have caregivers? I mean, we have body cameras now on our police officers, and I truly believe that we have people that get injured because of poor care or care that doesn't even show up. And I'm just curious what you think about that.
Thank you so much for that really important question. I have some strong opinions on that. When I found my dad home alone, we got other caregivers, and I ran out and I put cameras all over our house. I put them facing the front door. I put them on every door to the exterior. I could see my dad in his home from anywhere in the world on my telephone, on my cell phone. Had I had cameras in the home, I would have seen that my caregiver, his caregiver, had been leaving the house dozens of times, allegedly. Additionally, with the new caregivers, I'm pretty sure that I captured the moment that the day that the caregivers gave my dad COVID because they had not exhibited the protocol I had requested when I left for a couple of days. Additionally, that I would never hire a caregiver without putting cameras in a home. And even in assisted living homes and rehabs, oftentimes they will allow you to put cameras in your loved one's room. The caregivers, the facility caregivers have the option, I believe, of not wanting to, not caring for your loved one if the cameras are to be put in place, but this is not unusual. And the public needs to know that they should put cameras in their homes and that they can. So thank you for this very important question.
So I am going to just turn it now to one of the things that also just bothered me so much was the working conditions of the caregivers. There are some unbelievably good caregivers out there that go above and beyond, that just give unbelievable care. And those, honestly, there are so many of them, and I don't want us to forget those that are really doing an unbelievable job. But the one, 24/7 in a home, week after week after week with no break, how with our labor laws do we feel that that is acceptable to put any worker in that kind of situation? I truly feel that the agencies, I mean, they're obviously making a lot of money. It wouldn't go from 200 to 900 if they weren't profitable. I think that every 24/7 caregiver deserves 2 to 4 hours off a day, and they should have somebody that spends their day driving from caregiver to give the other person a break, because many of us aren't staying and taking care of our loved one because they drive us crazy after 12 hours. And yet we expect strangers who are getting paid very little money to give up their entire life to take care of our seniors. So what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for your comments, and I couldn't agree with you more. I need to share with you that in the 2.5 years that this caregiver was with my father, she took 2.5 days off. 2.5 days in 2.5 years. Sit with that.
That's not okay.
I agree with you. These caregivers work tirelessly and in conditions that most people don't want to be in. They need time off. There should be requirements for home companion agencies to require that these caregivers take some time off. The problem is that many of these caregivers not only are illegal aliens or criminal impersonators, they have nowhere to go. The caregiver that we hired listed her address as a UPS box in Massachusetts. She had nowhere to go. So if you require that these caregivers take time off, you know, we have to be mindful of that. Some of these people have nowhere to go. So what do we do with that?
So I'm going to call them undocumented. They're not illegal. They're undocumented, and they are here caring for our seniors. And many of them do have somewhere that they can go. But those that don't, this is a solution. They're surviving. And we have in 2023, we just have a system set up to allow people to just survive. You know, you had that person in your home caring for your loved one, and you knew what you had in the home. So it is a huge problem, and there's so many. It's not going to take us this year to fix it. I'm so thrilled that we're working on it, and I'm so thrilled that I'm sitting at the table and get to help with all of this. But we have to also protect the workers. And I could tell story after story, but it's more the workers that are with a senior, and they've been with them for a year, maybe not 24/7, but, you know, 5 days a week. And then that senior ends up in the hospital and then a nursing home before they can rehab to come home. And then that caregiver, that homemaker companion, just doesn't have a job anymore. They just don't have any income. And who do you think is going to the apartment and taking care of the cat? And who do you think is going to the house and getting the mail and visiting the clients, not getting paid? They don't get paid for travel, many of them. They don't have insurance that covers them for their travel. So when I read the, you know, the homemaker task force, it's wonderful and so much work. And I just can't believe that. I mean, I've only been here for 2 months, but actually that, like, a working group actually submitted something and it's working. I mean, bravo. But I do think we have to really look at the workers, and that we allow businesses to treat them the way that they do. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for putting 4 years. Once you really get into this business, I hear your passion and your angst, because I too am just blown away on how we allow business to thrive with such poor regulation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to move on to Christine Lajunes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. And I appreciate your coming back to me. So I have also submitted my written testimony in regards to raised bill number 1025, but I want to highlight some positive things and some concerns I have. So again, my name is Christine Lajeunesse, and I'm the owner of a franchise non-medical home care agency here in Connecticut by the name of Always Best Care Senior Services. We are in Manchester, and my husband and I have run our agency for the last 14 years in good standing through the DCP, and we serve Hartford, Tolland, and Middlesex County. I also want to mention that the typical age range of our clients range anywhere from their early 80s to 100 plus, and it's been a privilege for us to be able to provide care and help families with their support needs. So this task force and everything that you have done comes at a wonderful time. It is a time that we are serving the largest amount of our aging population, the baby boomers. And I want to thank you for all your continued efforts, as well as thanks to Representative Belinsky and Senator, I hope I'm saying this right, Seminara, for sharing their personal stories and showing the vulnerability of what it means to be a family caregiver. So while I am in full support of many things under this bill, including oversight of agencies and looking for formalized mandated training and supervisory visits, and most importantly, personal or person-centered care plans, these are all things that we've done throughout our 14 years of business. One of the things that I do have a concern on that many people here have testified today about is in removing or disallowing us from the use of the word care, both in our advertising, our websites, and the term caregiver. As you have heard from many of the people that testified today, that word has been used throughout this entire testimony. I think by removing that, it's going to be a disservice to families. When they are calling us, the first thing they say is, I am seeking care for my loved one. When they're searching online, they're using words such as care for a loved one, home care, dementia care. So by removing that, you're going to make it harder for them to navigate this journey, many of which this is the first time they're going down this path. So I
Wrap up.
Oh, yes. So I implore upon you the ability to do that, as well as being able to speak on the training of our staff so that you can give families the peace of mind in knowing who is coming into their home and providing care to their loved ones.
Thank you so much for that. Are there any Rep. Belinsky?
Thank you so much for being here. So if I'm just trying to sort through, you're in favor of better oversight, which I think we're aiming this towards the recommendation of moving oversight to the Department of Public Health. So that would provide more oversight. And I guess I'm just asking, are you a proponent of that better oversight, as well as the training requirement that we are hopefully working ourselves toward?
Absolutely. And just so that I'm allowed to expand on that, in addition to people calling us and saying, I need care and what type of care can you provide, it is more beyond just making meals and doing light housekeeping and laundry. In order for people to fulfill their wish of aging in place and keeping their loved ones out of a long-term care facility, there is more involved with us assisting in the safety supervision, helping them with bathing, dressing, and toileting needs. And I also think the next question that comes about is asking us what kind of education and training our staff has in order to be well equipped to go in that home. So it's not only for the safety of our own caregivers to have that appropriate training, but it's also to be able to provide the appropriate amount of care in a safe manner in that person's home and give families peace of mind. And without being able to talk about that, then we are leaving families in a situation where they're unsure on whether or not we have qualified staff to do so. You certainly wouldn't go to an attorney that didn't have education and training. You wouldn't go to an auto repair shop, to a mechanic that had no training. So why would you go to an agency that didn't have trained staff and can speak about the level of that training? And it's not always around medical care. It's just about the appropriate way in which to do so. And that includes dementia. So, the DCP feels as though dementia training rolls up under a medical or a skilled care term. And that's not always the case either. It's teaching your staff how to redirect somebody when they are wanting to be exit seeking or an elopement risk and getting them refocused on something else. It's also educating them on slowing down their speech pattern and having short, concise conversations that somebody can process and understand, and you can have a better interaction with them during their workday.
Thank you. That's pretty descriptive. Thank you very much for sharing that. I appreciate your testimony. And thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative Walensky. In your testimony, you hit on the 3 points we've been trying to drive home: the transparency, knowing where we're at, what's really happening, the accountability. You touched on that also. When we do have something that happened, which may not be the norm, even the norm, but how do we hold those people and agent, how do we hold them accountable? And then also, how do we support our home care agencies, our nursing homes, et cetera? So I thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have William Lenahan, followed by John Enderle.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is William Lenahan, representing Fairfield Senior Advocates, a nonpartisan, all-volunteer senior advocacy group dedicated to retaining seniors in Connecticut and improving their quality of life. Our focus is protecting vulnerable seniors, state and local tax reform, and affordable housing. We fully support SB 1025. This bill correctly addresses the HCA task force recommendations to improve the industry and protect our vulnerable senior citizens. We commend the task force for their comprehensive and professional report. Agency oversight and regulation should transition from DCP to DPH for the following reasons. Most all states licensing HCAs assign this oversight to the same agency that is responsible for home healthcare services. With mandatory training programs to be developed per this bill, DPH has the history and the experience. Total clinical integration along the care service continuum is needed. This is best served by one department to eliminate confusion with the public and medical professionals. DPH is also adept in establishing stringent and comprehensive licensing care regulations. And finally, this agency transition is one of the top 3 priorities from the task force. Enforcement. Comprehensive background checks are vital for the safety of our seniors and disabled. And while part of the licensing requirement and suggested by this bill to be a written notice with all contract service plans, the task force also recommended an affidavit be signed, and we also agree with this. An affidavit is very important to ensure compliance of background checks upon both initial application and renewals.
Could you summarize for us, please?
Sure. Funding, that is also another task force priority. Complaints must be followed up with final expedient resolution. Some of the bill's elements, if not funded, will be totally ineffective. Respectfully, please pass SB 1025 to improve the safety of our vulnerable seniors and disabled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. We have John Enderle, I hope I'm saying that correctly, followed by Karen Carty.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is John Enderle. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 6677, Act concerning adult day centers, specifically the section authorizing PACE. I live in South Windsor and been a resident of Connecticut for 35 years. I'm also the CEO of Kinship Health. Kinship is a company dedicated to delivering high quality care to help seniors remain and age in their communities. The PACE program is a vehicle that allows us to carry out that mission. Having our loved ones age in their own home is a goal many of us share. The previous testimony for 6626 clarified that there were problems with nursing homes. PACE helps seniors stay in their homes as long as possible. PACE uses an interdisciplinary team to manage the care for its participants. All 11 experts team have one goal: to keep the senior safe in their home. We also offer a PACE center, which is the hub for the IDT. At the center, the senior can receive meals, personal care, access to clinics, immunizations, activities, transportation, and therapies. The staff at the center will also watch for subtle changes of condition that are key to preventing avoidable hospitalizations. Previously, I talked about my mother-in-law who recently passed away from complications from dementia. My wife was the one-person IDT, keeping her at home. Most nights instead of dinner, it was, crying. She really did it on her own. I can only imagine how hard it would have been if my wife had to work full-time or spoke English as a second language. Navigating the healthcare system would have been impossible. Finances, race, heritage, or education should not be the determining factor in the quality of senior care. I wish all Connecticut's would be able to age in place like my mother-in-law. This is what PACE can provide. I describe PACE as 11 daughters all working to the IDT as 11 daughters all working together to keep their parents safe at home. I'm also pleased to report that PACE is a nonpartisan government program. Kinship is building centers in Florida and Chicago, Illinois. Regardless of their political affiliation, both state governments recognize their responsibility to deliver care to their senior citizens and have chosen PACE as their vehicle. Kinship has estimated there's about 15,000 Connecticut residents that need a PACE model of care. Simply put, PACE is a premier geriatric model of care. It is how senior medicine should be delivered to our citizens. It is both effective and efficient. It is personalized. It maximizes the dignity that each senior deserves and maintains the support system to ensure a higher quality of care. I urge you to make it available to Connecticut seniors, and I hope the legislature will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, John, for your comprehensive testimony. Just for the public and for my colleagues, can you explain, this is for duly eligible seniors. That means they're already on Medicaid and obviously Medicare.
It's for duly eligible. You can also be Medicaid only. We do have the option that it could be Medicare only, but then the family would have to make up the Medicaid portion of the payment. So generally it is Medicaid onlys, 55 plus or duly eligibles.
Okay, so it's actually those three pots basically of communities that we're looking, because that's how it's funded, right? Through that federal mechanism system.
It is.
And it the reason it's so attractive, although it can only be applied to communities that have a certain population density, is my understanding. So that's another thing that I just want the committee to understand about what we'd be looking for in Connecticut if we chose to option that PACE program. Would probably be in like a Hartford region, Bridgeport region that has those continuum of care in that population density, correct?
Correct. We assume that we will attract members from about 20 miles away, maybe 30 minutes in an urban environment. So Hartford, the Manchester, east of the river could support one. Obviously, Bridgeport, New Haven, Waterbury, maybe Danbury. That's where the pockets would be. We will build one center, and the people generally come to the center 3 times a week. It's very similar to adult day health.
Right. Okay, but it's that continuum of care needs that you were referencing. That's
like,
again the distinction with these other pockets of care that we're trying to provide in the community.
The IDT has to take care of everything. That's the difference.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next, we have Karen Cardy, followed by Marlene Ciccarella.
Senator Hockedal, Representative Garabay, and distinguished members. of the Aging Committee, my name is Karen Carty, and I'm a volunteer legislative advocate and community educator for the Alzheimer's Association Connecticut chapter. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this very important bill, an act implementing the recommendations of Homemaker, Companion Agency, and Task Force. I've had several relatives in my life who have passed away or are still dealing with Alzheimer's and other dementias. When my grandmother was diagnosed, my mother and I tried to care for her in our home. Trying to communicate with her was like trying to understand a foreign language. Even touching her would cause fear. I imagine that her brain must be swimming in garbled language that she was hearing that she could not understand. When we put her into a nursing home due to wandering, I became friendly with some of the very capable staff. I watched them work with her, and then I emulated their approach whenever I visited her. It was the only training that allowed me to touch and talk to my grandmother again. I can only imagine how a person with dementia would react to seeing a stranger cleaning their home or touching them to toilet them, bathe them, or transfer them. It's even more challenging since their memory could be lost in a matter of minutes. So they could always be in an anxious, frightened state like my grandmother. Those with dementia speak another language, as we've heard from a lot of the past testimonies. And it has to be learned by our caregivers, so they are always ready and calm with the appropriate response. The proposed mandatory dementia training for personal care assistants in this bill is critical to learn this language of those with dementia to ensure their safety, physical, and mental well-being. I also believe it's essential that a personal care assistant training reoccur at least annually and include on-site observation, testing, and assessment of the worker's performance. In this type of situation, I would actually suggest that they have surprise visits. A lot of the past testimony has shown that there can be workers who are leaving the home. Thank you for this opportunity to share my story in support of the Homemaker Companion Task Force, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your moving testimony. Are there comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marlene Ciccarella, followed by Susan Otterell.
Hi, good afternoon to the distinguished senators and representatives of the Aging Committee. My name is Marlene Ciccarella. I'm managing partner of B&M Homemaking Companion Services and chairperson of Home Care Association of America and Connecticut. First, I'd like to thank you all, for this opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for sharing your experiences and caring for family members. I'd also like to thank the speakers before me that have provided very important and very valuable testimony. B&M is a non-medical agency that provides homemaking, companion, and PCA services to our clients in New Haven County, primarily funded by Medicaid. We work with the Agency on Aging, South Central Home Care Program, and Alzheimer's Respite Program, both of which have been referenced earlier today. We have partnered with these agencies since 2004. I'm here to provide testimony for Senate Bill 1025. But first, I'd like to thank the task force for their hard work and inclusion that has driven the needed results. I also want to thank you for inviting home care agency owners as representatives to be a part of the well-rounded team and of stakeholders and experts. It's important to bring all stakeholders to the table to get the best possible outcome. A special thank you to the task force for dedicating the report to Mark McGoldrick, who served as its co-chair and chair of HCAOA Connecticut. His passing in December is a great loss to our organization and the home care industry in Connecticut. I also want to stress that I support this bill. in my own capacity and as a representative of the Home Care Association of America. I do believe with the ever increasing and changing needs, home care does require more attention, oversight, and structure to the degree that it is reasonable and will not impede the agency's abilities to provide the elderly and disabled with necessary care. The statement of purpose says that the Secretary of the Office of Policy Management is required to develop a plan to transition registration oversight responsibilities, develop guidelines as it applies to the certification of registration, training standards, and complaint handling and plan of care. So I welcome the standardized processes and training, which should include, for example, the homemaking and companion role training for memory care PCAs. However, this should not again impede an agency for developing, delivering training in addition to the state required courses. Our caregivers are very happy with the increase in minimum wage and the recognition they're receiving. They also want to learn more about how best to help and care for their clients with memory concerns, ambulation, nutrition, just to name a few. I want to recommend that, again, agency owner representatives are invited to participate to serve as a resource, as they did in the task force, to help define the transition plan model, medical versus non-medical, training standards, and appropriate level of oversight. This will only benefit the state and allow for better, faster decision-making, improved communication, and transition process that impacts both state employees and all home care agencies, based on the model using a phased approach. This is also an opportunity to create a model that can be used to further address change for home care in the future, as well as other industries. I also believe that this will further enhance business practices amongst home care agencies and aid in adoption and compliance. There's also the potential of creating an avenue for agencies to then elevate training needs and issues as we see them, to work directly with state officials.
Could you
so in 2016, I just use this as an example as far as communication and coordination and understanding. We were provided with a software called the Electronic Visit Verification System, which was rolled out for the home care program. Assumptions were made that the agencies could easily adopt usage of the system based on a directive. However, agencies didn't know the state had purchased the software, were given a brief overview of the system and a very short deadline for implementation. This was a challenge due to the systems and software as agencies were already using multi-office agencies, payroll processing and training for office and field staff that took more time to adopt too. So that's why I'm referencing that. Again, I support this bill in the task force process, and I ask that my recommendation be given consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Susan Otterwall, followed by Matt Barrett.
Yay. Fantastic. Choose testimony. Good job. Thank you much, Marlene. No problem.
If Susan Otterwall is on Zoom, if you could accept to be a panelist, please. All right, we will come back to Susan then. Is Matthew Barrett here?
Good afternoon, Senator Hockadell, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Matt Barrett, and I'm President and Chief Executive Officer of the Connecticut Association of Healthcare Facilities and the Connecticut Center for Assisted Living. And I appreciate this opportunity to offer testimony on several bills before the committee. I've submitted written testimony on 3 bills, and I would note that my testimony on House Bill 6577 I intend to deliver today, and I would make reference to my testimony on 6678 and Act concerning nursing home transparency as exactly the same testimony submitted to the joint Aging and Human Services Committee last week, and the same for Senate Bill 1026, also the same as the Senate Bill 989 testimony, with one exception. I did attach a study of
entitled Estimating the Cost of Minimum Staffing Ratios in Connecticut Nursing Homes that was conducted in 2021 that I included and presented to the legislature in 2021 on Senate Bill 1057, which has the exact same language regarding the nursing home staffing ratios. And I just submitted to, just for the record, to ask that you give that your consideration as you continue to evaluate the nursing home staffing ratio question. And with that, let me move right to House Bill 6577, an act concerning long-term care insurance premium rates, and offer our strong support for this legislation. It would allow an income tax deduction for long-term care insurance. Connecticut's Partnership for Long-Term Care has for many years encouraged the private purchasing of long-term care insurance with Medicaid and asset protection incentives, and adoption of a state tax incentive for doing the same will further encourage the private purchasing of long-term care insurance policies in Connecticut. It has been also the longstanding recommendation of our state's long-term care planning committees, long-term care services and support plans, most recently issued in 2022, entitled Balancing the System, Working Towards Real Choice in Long-Term Care Services and Supports, that our state must increase the proportion of costs for long-term care services and supports covered by private insurance and other private resources that go towards long-term care. According to the 2022 report, national spending from private long-term care insurance and other public sources for nursing facilities and home health only represented 20% of long-term care services and supports. And in summary, I just would say that it is really cost prohibitive under the current environment. Long-term care insurance premiums are very expensive, and anything we can do to further encourage and incent the private purchasing of that will really reduce Medicaid expenditures over time and create more choice for our seniors as the population explodes over the number of years. And with that, thank you for the opportunity to testify, Senator and Representative Garibay.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Have a great day. I see Susan Otterwald is now on Zoom for us, and that will be followed by Marilyn Kowalski. Susan, if you can hear us. Right, we will come back again to Susan. We're going to go to Marilyn Kowalski.
Senator Hockdale, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Marilyn Kowalski, and I'm a volunteer for the Alzheimer's Association Connecticut chapter. Thank you for the opportunity on commenting on Raise Bill 1025, an act implementing the recommendations of the Homemaker Companion Agency Task Force. My husband, Ted, was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease in 2013. He'd been showing signs of cognitive issues for at least a year before his diagnosis. Ted was retired at that time, but I was still working full-time. For a while, he was able to manage on his own while I was at work, but that began to change and additional help was needed. I hired a woman that I knew that had cared for someone with dementia. I was lucky. She already knew some of the unique challenges that come with dementia. She was patient and caring. There's some very specific things that come up with those that have dementia that may not be known by someone without any previous exposure to someone with dementia. Some things you need to understand or have patience. Someone with dementia is not trying to be irritating by being repetitive. They need assistance with food preparation. Example, they may not remember how to use the microwave. They may not remember how to use a telephone, so they can't be alone in case of an emergency. You may think that they're ignoring you, but they just may not be understanding what you're saying. These are just a few issues that come up, and there are many more. If the caregiver understands where this behavior is coming from, there may be better and more compassionate care given to our loved ones. Training and awareness can only help in the care for someone with dementia. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your moving testimony. We're going to try one more time for Susan Otterwall. All right, we're going to go on to Anna Duragazi.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senator Hockedal, Representative Garibay, ranking members and members of the Aging Committee. My name is Anna Dorgazi, and I'm one of the policy directors at AARP Connecticut. Thanks for the chance to speak with you today. We've submitted written testimony in support of almost every item on your agenda today, but I'd like to use my time now to touch very briefly on our support for 3 of these bills, beginning with SB 1025, an act implementing the recommendations of the Homemaker Companion Agency Task Force. An overwhelming majority, excuse me, of Connecticut residents say that if they ever need long-term care, they hope to receive that care in their own home. Homemaker companion agencies help make this possible by providing non-medical services like housekeeping, cooking, and assistance with personal hygiene. In recent years, however, the number of homemaker companion agencies operating in Connecticut has grown significantly, and the Department of Consumer Protection has just 2 investigators to oversee more than 900 homemaker companion agencies. This inadequate oversight has allowed bad actors to operate alongside quality agencies, and consumers have suffered as a result. AARP appreciated the opportunity to participate in the task force as Senator Miller's appointee. Throughout the course of the task force meetings and hearings, one theme that continuously emerged is that the state's current system for overseeing home and community-based services, including homemaker companion agencies, is very confusing, and this is to the detriment of care recipients, family members, and professional caregivers. AARP Connecticut supports the recommendations of the task force, which we believe are necessary to streamline state oversight of agencies that provide care to people at home, to ensure the safety of older adults and people with disabilities, and to provide consumers with a timely and thorough response to their complaints when issues arise. We urge you to join us in supporting SB 1025. We'd also like to express our support for the 2 items on your agenda that relate to nursing homes. SB 1026, an act concerning nursing home staffing ratios, would require nursing homes to provide 4.1 hours of care per resident per day. As has been articulated at previous hearings, high staffing levels are critical to quality care in nursing homes, and low staffing levels mean that residents cannot get out of bed, use the restroom, eat in a timely manner. Staff risk physical injuries and cannot give residents the time and attention they deserve, and visits with loved ones may be limited or canceled. HB 6678, an act concerning nursing home transparency, would require nursing homes to provide narrative summaries of their cost reports, disclose private equity ownership in the facility, provide audited and certified financial statements from facility owners, and make transactions of any amount between nursing homes and related party entities. Making nursing home finances more transparent is an important first step in improving the quality of care in nursing homes. Many nursing homes operate under complicated ownership structures that limit financial transparency, and better understanding how facilities spend their money is key to developing future recommendations about funding levels. Our written testimony provides more details about our support for these 3 proposals and several other items on your agenda. Thanks for your great work to raise these bills and to address some of the most important issues that are facing older adults throughout the state. Thanks.
Thank you, Hannah. Representative Garibay.
Hi, Anna. Thank you for your testimony. How do we know that adding that larger staffing translates into better care? How do we know that?
Sure. So I think one kind of Connecticut grown example of this is the Mathematica report that came out in the pandemic. There were some really specific metrics that Mathematica looked at the time related to COVID transmission and overall outcomes for residents. And they touched on staffing levels as one particularly important metric in improving the quality of care. That 4.1 number that I mentioned in my testimony and that's included in the legislation comes from a report that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services conducted quite a while ago. So this isn't a new issue. This is something we've been talking about really for years at this point. And that 4.1 hours is what they recommended as sort of the most appropriate level to provide high quality care. Excuse me. Sorry. Hope that answered your question.
So at the national level, they do have a recommendation of 4.1. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there are a handful of states that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but I want to say there's 3 or 4 states that already require that level of care. And I should note too that there's research to indicate that there's a point of diminishing returns. It's beyond 4.1, but it's not as though, if we require 10 hours, that's even better. There is sort of a cutoff point, that's a bit above that 4.1, but that is what the research and national advocacy groups like Consumer Voice have consistently pointed to as what we should be aiming for.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Anna, for tremendous work and really coming up with good policy recommendations with us on the task force and in that Governor's Council, convening in the wake of the pandemic. I'm glad you brought up the Mathematica report. There are other recommendations that we're trying to incorporate into here. And again, for the public and for the colleagues, we're talking about the 4.1 hours as a minimum direct care staffing floor, not a ceiling, but a staffing floor in a congregate setting. Or in, quite frankly, in any setting, we need that at least as a minimum. The other states that have it, and again, just a level set here, we're talking about long-term care facilities that 70 to 80% are Medicaid residents that are occupying. So that is, state and federal funded care going into private entities. And we are looking at just requiring a minimum direct care level of support for these often private entities taking public funded resident care. So how do those other states do it? That's my question.
I can look into that. And I wish I knew off the top of my head which states already hit that metric. But because these services are funded predominantly through Medicaid, as you bring in the folks who are being served, you're receiving that Medicaid reimbursement, which is part state, part federal. So there is some cost to the state. It wouldn't be entirely borne by the state. You have the federal match that would be associated with that. And I think, it's interesting because, if we don't, something that has come up a handful of times in the context of this hearing is what do we do around sort of overall workforce issues? And I think that's something that really is important. And I think it's one of those chicken and egg issues where if we start to staff at levels where nursing home staff aren't injuring themselves because they're working short, where they're not feeling, absolutely just exhausted and worn out from working double shifts and from really the tremendous weight that they've carried over the last few years. But I think if we can help, really stabilize where the industry is now and bring in additional staff to reach that 4.1 level of care, I think the working environment will improve so much. And I think residents it will begin to have those good relationships with staff again that we've heard from residents and workers are so valuable to having a good experience in these settings. Excuse me. So I think if we hit that 4.1 level for the hours of care per resident per day, I think that's going to bring about really positive changes in the work environment. I think it's going to make it a more attractive workforce to pull in more of those workers. So it's one of those things where, if you build it a little better, people will come. The workforce shortage is real. I don't want to be really glib about that and say, oh, we just need to hire more people and all the other problems will go away. But I do think improving the working conditions for the workers is one way that we can address some of the issues we're seeing.
Thank you for that. And just to be specific, when you talk about stabilization, you're talking about resourcing all of those things, workforce protections, sick pay, a livable wage, not just a minimum wage, some flexibility. We're dealing with this in labor, in on-demand scheduling, and some predictive scheduling, that kind of thing. This is the ecosystem that we're trying to provide equitable and ethical care, right? If you have too much of an exploited workforce, you're going to have the problems that we've heard about earlier in the testimony, and that's why this is equitable workforce and just workforce and ethically sourced workforce results in better care for our seniors.
Yeah, and full-time positions, kind of going back to, I believe that was also one of the recommendations in the Mathematica report, was to make sure that we're providing full-time hours for folks so they can focus their work time in one facility.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Seminar.
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. I just wanted to comment or ask a question regarding the 4.1 hours. Again, I don't think we need any magic crystal ball to say the more people we have, the better care will be. What the issue is, I think at the moment, is that we don't have the people to meet the demand of the 3.0 hours at this point. And I'm just again, I'm not disagreeing, and I'm not looking to sacrifice quality of care in any way, shape, or form. I'm just wondering where people think this workforce is going to come from.
Yeah, and I think it's an important and ongoing conversation, as has been mentioned in previous hearings on the topic. The industry lost 210,000 jobs since the pandemic. And I think that since the pandemic piece is really important for me. That speaks of concerns around people feeling safe in this workforce. And again, a lot of this is on COVID. I don't, want to pin that in particularly, on the industry, but these workers are still out there. They're still available. But I think if we can improve just the overall ecosystem and improve, there are some facilities out there that are at or coming very close to this 4.1. So if we can look into those facilities and say, what is it about these settings that's different than other settings? I think that can give us some clues for how do we, kind of raise the floor across facilities. Are they offering different levels of pay and benefits? Do they have more full-time workers than other facilities? Are they offering certain types of supports to their workers, whether it's counseling or additional support? This is really hard work, and I think the workforce wants to feel acknowledged in that, and I think some of that goes beyond pay and benefits.
So are there facilities that you're aware of in Connecticut that are providing that 4.1? And do you have access to that information that you could share with the committee?
Yeah, so I have some of the hours that are reported to, reported to CMS. And from my conversations that I've had with the long-term care ombudsman program, there might be some difficulties or issues in how to interpret that data, but I can pull the data that I've seen that shows those staffing levels and share it with the committee. I might loop in Mairead, since I think for a lot of us, she's the explainer of a lot of these pieces, and she might be able to help me provide a little additional context to the numbers that I've seen, but I'd be happy to share that.
That would be terrific. Thank you so much.
Senator Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you for your testimony. I just want to say that what we all want is the best care for our seniors and those that are disabled, chronically sick in our nursing facilities, and increasing that number of hours per person a day will absolutely improve the care. It will prevent bed sores. It will prevent foot drop. It will increase the nutrition that our seniors get because they'll have somebody that can be able to feed them. It will give them more bathing time. It will give them more socializing time. So I just have to agree with you as somebody who has done this work that the workers are going to want to go to facilities that they know when they walk out that door, they can be proud of what they did. And they're not going to spend the next 12 hours wondering, if they were able to give the kind of care that in their hearts they truly wanted to give. So I'm going to say this through lots of different meetings and aging and public health and labor, that these businesses have to change their business plan. Their business plan should be, let's provide the absolute best care, because they are there to care for the residents that live in their homes. So they must give the best care and treat their employees the best. And if their business plan is the lowest paid employees are the ones that are, I want to use the right words. Their lowest paid employees are the people that are deciding how their business plan is going to move forward, then that is a very poor business plan. So I agree with you. I absolutely think that these nursing homes can change the way they are doing things. And all we have to do is look back in 2020, when all of a sudden we found out we had a pandemic, and every school system and every business within a week changed immediately the way they performed their education, the way they had their business. All of a sudden, everybody had Zoom, and we all figured it out really, really fast. So I truly believe that by increasing the 4 hours, it will push them a little to do what they should have done a long time ago. So I'm kind of just talking, and I hope that you, and I apologize if you agree with me.
I do, and I think something that you started to say there touches on the HB 6678, the transparency piece, which I think really has to be taken into the context with the staffing level piece. I think especially knowing that there's such a wide range of outcomes and qualities and staffing levels that exist already in Connecticut nursing homes. I think the more that we can learn about how facilities are spending, huge amounts of taxpayer money each year, I think having that information is going to be really critical to help us drill down to see if money is not going toward direct care, where is it going? And for the facilities that are taking money in different ways away from direct care unnecessarily. And again, I mean, I'm willing to come back to the legislature and eat my own hat next year if we do this work and we dig into the, do some of these transparency pieces and really dig into the funding. And it turns out that every penny that goes into the industry is going to the exact right places. Then there are other solutions that we need to put on the table and look at. But for now, I really think we have to sort of combine that staffing level piece and that transparency piece to make sure that how the funding is really working in concert with how the care is being provided.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments or questions. So again, thank you for your testimony.
And thank you.
Next, we have Lisa Marshall, followed by Michael Hebert.
Senator Hokutel, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Lisa Marshall, and I'm a volunteer with the Alzheimer's Association Connecticut chapter. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Raised Bill 1025, and thank you all for your hard work. My husband, Peter, was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's in 2018 at the young age of 53. His journey was very swift, and 1 year after diagnosis, he had to retire. It became increasingly unsafe for Peter to be alone, so professional caregivers had to be hired. We had challenging experiences with 3 separate agencies, utilizing the services of 7 caregivers. None were appropriately trained. My husband wandered off into the neighborhood without the knowledge of the very first caregiver I hired. More in-depth training could have prevented this. Caregivers need to understand the nuances of early onset Alzheimer's when the patient is so young but very physically fit. My husband had just run a marathon a couple of years before, so he was very fit. Our loved ones need to be kept safe, but also busy and engaged. Many times caregivers simply sat on their phones, not engaging with Peter at all, even though I had cameras throughout the house. They simply didn't care. More training could expand their ideas on how to keep a person with Alzheimer's involved, ultimately helping both of them to feel purposeful. Peter's late-stage symptoms included hallucinations, paranoia, and severe anxiety. Redirecting our loved ones is paramount at this stage to snap them out of whatever's triggering this behavior. By training caregivers, we give them the tools to redirect our loved ones to keep them calm rather than have their emotions escalate to unmanageable states. Understanding the concept of joining an Alzheimer's patient's journey is critical. Peter's perception of facts was skewed, as often happens as the disease progresses. Joining him in his reality kept him calm and happy. Caregivers without this understanding may argue with our loved ones' perceptions, causing stress and anxiety. Training on how to converse would be greatly helpful. Peter died on December 26th, the day after Christmas 2021. I never felt confident about the training of any of the caregivers I hired. I worried about their ability to keep Peter safe and busy and engaged, which added more stress to an already stressful situation. I ended up having to retire at the age of 53 to care for him. I hope the language outlined in this bill for dementia training for homemaker companion staff is considered. It's very much needed. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
Thank you for your moving story. Are there any comments or questions?
Just a comment. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
My mother's cousin had early onset dementia in her 50s, and I was a very young adult at the time, and I wasn't directly involved in her care, but you just brought it all back to me. Her sister was the primary caregiver. Neither one of them were married or anything. There were no children or anyone else. And I just remember how difficult it was on her sister and all of our extended family. And it's just, it's a horrible disease. But there are things that we can do to make it a little more comfortable for those patients and for us that are going through it. So,
I agree. I agree. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your hard work.
Representative Garibay.
I just want to say thank you for sharing your experience. That's okay. I just want to say thank you. No, thank you for sharing your experience. You have to be brave to come before here and share it, and sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again. Oh, I'm sorry.
I too just wanted to make a comment and let you know that I'm so sorry for your loss to begin with, and also to let you know that your words were heard and hopefully won't be taken lightly.
Thank you
And
so
we'll try to
much.
do what we can do to improve our workforce and the quality of our workforce as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. Representative.
Thanks. I just wanted to ask, in light of your lived experience, what role did your husband's medical provider, primary care physician, play in supporting your care plan for him?
0. really zero. He sent us to a neurologist when I thought that something was askew. We went to the neurologist, and I fired that neurologist to finally go to Yale and have a decent neurologist who was caring and kind. But the PCP really didn't offer much, and I think that's an area where we need more training as well, because they don't understand. And I remember one day taking Peter to his regular annual physical. And the doctor said, now make sure you're telling him what day it is and who the president is and what season it is. And it was just so glossed over that he didn't understand the nuances of dementia and Alzheimer's. And I never took him back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is such a critical piece of the puzzle, really, as we look towards the future with more and more younger folks wrestling with the dementia and are underprepared and maybe undereducated, physician care workforce in terms of being ready to address this. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you again. Next, we have Michael Hebert, followed by Christine DeLeon. She's not here. No, and it doesn't look like Michael Hebert was also supposed to be in person. Do we have Christine DeLeon? Okay. Okay. Chrissy, oh boy. Shatini? She is online. Thank you.
Hi, yes. Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Garibay, members of the Aging Committee. My name is Chrissy Scatini, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Connecticut Association of Adult Day Service, of which I'm currently serving as president, and we're here in strong support of House Bill 6677 and that concerning adult day services. First of all, we want to thank Representative Garibay, Representative Hughes, and everyone who participated in the working group this summer and the fall for their time and efforts. We completed truly valuable work. It's appreciated by our association, our industry, and most of all valuable to our consumers and future consumers in adult day. This Bill 6677 would be a breakthrough for Connecticut consumers under the age of 65, creating pathways for them to choose adult day centers as an option for their care. Right now, the approval and funding for our service is limited to Connecticut Home Care Program for Elder waiver recipients, which has a limit of age 65 and older. And there are some additional means for under 65 through the respite programs and grants, which are wonderful, but limited. And every year, as people have spoken today, more and more people of younger age are facing diagnosis of Alzheimer's, dementia, as well as other conditions, including MS, stroke, Parkinson's, and more. And they require supervision and hands-on care. Adult day centers can provide this care at a fraction of the cost of comparative services that are available to them right now. We're constantly getting calls from clients and families of people who are 52, 62 years, et cetera, and they need a safe place to receive care during the day. We do our best to refer them to the respite and grants, but those are very limited, and eventually the funding runs out. Families are faced with a choice of staying home to care for their loved one, confining them to the home through one-on-one service, or looking at placement in a facility. Many other states have Medicaid plans that offer adult day service outside of the waivers and include consumers 18 to 65 who have the same medical conditions and could qualify for nursing home placement. So not only does it give an additional choice for their consumers and families, but it also saves these states monies on more costly long-term care service. We therefore strongly support this bill and would just like to suggest that we take a look at the method of creating this pathway for folks to utilize our program, to include the Community First Choice waiver, the PCA waiver, and direct Medicaid approval outside the waivers. The PCA waiver does allow for adult day, but has limited slots and extensive wait list. The Community First Choice allows for other services under 65, Meals on Wheels, etc., but doesn't currently include adult day programs. And then many services are available directly through Medicaid based on necessity. It would be amazing if adult day was one of them. We also strongly support the idea of additional funding towards our transportation service we provide. The transport to and from our programs is one of the most costly aspects of our service and has increased tremendously. Our transportation service is door-to-door, includes assistance for clients to get on and off the vans, and we transport those with wheelchairs, walkers, canes, etc. Outside of adult day centers, the state will pay for transportation for seniors to and from their doctor's appointments, and sometimes the cost of that one ride can be more than the cost of a full day at our program. All of our transportation service are included in the daily rate, which is $86.11 right now. That rate includes a full day of supervision, plus the transportation, as well as nursing service, personal care, activities, exercise, 2 meals a day, and more. Our program staff are fully trained. We monitor their clients' health, communicate with their doctors, family members, and our clients are overall provided with a fulfilling day, socialization, safety, and purpose. Lastly, we just wanted to voice our support for the implementation of the PACE program, which is another way consumers can benefit from comprehensive service. Although it's also limited, we do support establishing it as a complement to these other expansions we've been discussing today. In conclusion, we thank you once again for the opportunity to provide testimony and for your ongoing support of adult day service. Thank you very much, and hope everyone has a great day.
Thank you. You have a couple questions, Senator Marks.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thank you for your testimony. And adult daycare just changes families' lives, and $86 a day, including transportation and food. Like, that's the best deal like around right now. I mean, I don't know how wow, if you can balance your books and do good care on that, maybe you need to talk to the nursing homes, but very impressed. So I think the one thing that I just want everybody to know is you shower the clients, right?
If it's needed, yeah, we do have the ability. Our medical models have the ability to shower. We toilet, we help with feeding, incontinence, all of those things as needed. I just think getting the shower there, I don't think you realize people, unless you've tried to give somebody a shower, you don't realize what a backbreaking task it is. So getting the shower at the adult daycare too just helps the families out so much. So fantastic. Your business plan obviously is working, and I will support adult daycare because I see firsthand what a fantastic job you do, and you do change lives. And I hope you're all very, really proud of your work. Thank you so much.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chrissy, for your diligence in participating in these workforces and task force groups to make policy recommendations. I just want to clarify for the record. So one thing that we are asking for coming out of that working group is a line item funding in the state budget to continue direct support for adult day centers, right? And the second item we're looking for is for the state to subsidize the per person cost of transportation and taking that again off the cost borne by the providers. And I'm wondering if you could give us in your written testimony or recommendations some kind of scope of what that would look like just, how many people do you currently in your association provide transportation for that their families aren't dropping off, and what that would look like to, either send an invoice into the state or something, I'm not sure, we have to work out the mechanisms of what that would look like, but I'm just wondering for,
Sure.
numbers. Yeah.
We've actually done some calculations in different parts of the state to see because different areas of the state costs vary, to see what the cost of transporting our members are. We'd be glad to provide you with that information. It goes anywhere from $12 a day to like $18 a day per person is the cost of transporting them. And that right now is absorbed in the $86. Additionally, in other states, many other states, adult day services have a separate line billing protocol for transportation. So they would bill for the adult day service day rate, and then there's an additional amount that's allotted for them to transport the member back and forth of the program. So we'd be glad to share any data, what we have on that. And also, just into your point about the funding, the main purpose of what we had come from the working group was, number one, to create pathways for people 18 to 65 to access our programs, if that's what you're referring to for the funding. And then also, but we hope that could be cost neutral or cost saving, because the people that we're targeting are people with medical conditions who are already receiving likely more expensive service, or receiving, in need of the service that the only other options are more expensive anyway. And then also the addition of transportation as well, because it has become such a huge part of the cost of what we provide every day. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that, because as Martha, Senator Marks was saying, when you're talking about the cost of meals, providing those meals, the cost of toileting and showering, I mean, your day facilities, day programs are staffed, especially the medical, by CNAs, right? So we are talking about that level of trained care, dementia care, that they must be trained in. And then you're talking about the cost of $12 to $18 per member in transportation, door-to-door services, supportive, wheelchair accessible. That is the part that I'm really looking to take back as a state-funded public transportation service for our seniors that I believe morally this state should be funding anyways. And that way we can also open up day programs. Like you said, we're asking to recommend to open up to other levels of needs to have access to this, and then to grow programs in the adult day deserts that certain
it's true,
certain folks don't have that option because there are no programs.
It's true. And some of the staffing, what we require also includes registered nurses, licensed practical nurses. I mean, these are expensive staff, and including CNAs. We provide social services, all of that, as well as the cost of food, and of course the transportation. As a note, the regulations in Connecticut have recently changed in regards to the insurance requirement for vans that carry 15 passengers or more. And that cost, I'm not sure about other agencies, but I know that cost is already well over like $8,000 a year extra per van for my vans, and I can't speak for the other programs. So these costs are going up and up. And like we said, the transportation that's available to seniors now, they can get a ride to and from a doctor's appointment, and the billed cost for that one ride is often more than $86. So, and we're taking people to their appointments sometimes all the time for no extra charge, just as part of their day in our center. We'll take people to their appointments and things like that as well at no extra cost. So any little bit would be greatly appreciated and thoroughly valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, Chrissy, can you please send the committee or the chairs and the clerk that documentation that we just talked about, because that will help our Office of Fiscal Analysis also look at the cost of this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll be glad to do that. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Senator Garibay. I mean, I just made you a senator. I'm sorry, Representative Garibay.
Thank you, Chrissy, for coming today. I remember when we first met about a year ago. It's the first time that I knew about day centers, but working with you last session, we were able to get some emergency fund to help our adult day centers to where we are today. And I want to thank you for your leadership across Connecticut and bringing all the day centers together to work on our working group and and the way you helped us to get where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much as well. Thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. We have John Shulansky, followed by Andre Brule.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Shalansky. I appreciate your patience here today. A lot of testimony. I've submitted my written testimony, appeared before the legislature and the General Assembly probably dozens of times over the last 10 years, and I've been hanging around these halls since I've been 5 years old. I'm the partner and managing director of Eldridge Choice of Connecticut, which is classified as a registry under the Homemaker and Companion Agency regulations. And I'm also an employer fee-paid employment agency with the Department of Labor, because my principal business is referring and placing a highly qualified and trained individual to be a full-time caregiver in an individual's home. So the statutes, or the regulations that the state of Connecticut promulgated destroyed my business, because my business is only with highly trained, fully prepared, out of state generally. They're coming here to live full-time living. So I really operate as an employment agency. I have been arguing for over 10 years the absolute need to move HCAs, or the concept of HCAs, to the Department of Public Health. Whatever you do, Section 1 is essential. I want to take a 50,000 foot look here. The demographics we know about, the person who's going to live to 150 has already been born. We need to think about how we're delivering services and recognize that eventually CMS, Medicare is going to be taking on most of these things as it relates to home care, because there's going to be a confluence of medical care and home care, what things we call non-medical care, because of accountability for outcomes that's being demanded by medical providers and by CMS. Your provider is going to be, is judged, and his compensation, nursing homes compensation, is being reduced if they have people come back within 30 days. And that goes right to the home care. So we all have to be thinking about how home care is going to be tied to medical care, and they're all, the outcomes are going to be together. I want you to know the Code of remind you, I've said this before, the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR 42, CFR 484, 80, and 483, 152. They have training requirements for Medicare reimbursement of home health aides and for personal care aides. At a minimum, those are the standards we need to adopt and be consistent with federal regulations. We need to start moving down that path. But right now, by the way, a home care provider, a caregiver, doesn't have to have a health exam. They don't have to have a TB test. No one is subject in our regulations to HIPAA. I mean, we're talking about personal care of someone who's very frail, who has certain medical conditions that we should not be talking about, and we're in the business with other people. I have some specifics here. My comments are mine and mine of my business. I happen to be privileged to be the chair of the board of Doncaster Retirement Community in Bloomfield. My comments do not relate to Doncaster whatsoever. I'm going to suggest that in Connecticut, like in places like New Jersey, every home care provider, every caregiver who works through an agency has to be registered in the state. And it has to be tied to an agency. That agency is responsible for that person. You can register with 3 or 4 agencies, but that agency has to at least say that person's trained, and they can attest or assert their medical training, their medical exam, their TB test, all those things. Put the burden on the agency. In Pennsylvania, the Department of Aging requires home care agencies to have their own training program that's adopted and approved by the Department of Aging. And the Department of Aging does annual or biennial inspections, surprise inspections, and they review testing of the care providers that are referred or placed by agencies. Home care operators should not be naive. There should be some minimum standards, as there are. Doctors have to know what they're doing. Home health agencies have to have people who are trained in medicine and clinical care. You can't have people directing people on home care and dementia, and somebody who has a severe condition and needs help at home, and you don't know what you're doing. You're just sending somebody there. You really have to understand what you're doing.
Sean, could you summarize for us, please?
And yes, and finally, 2 more things. We need to have what we'll call a nurse registry or a registry classification, as most states have, so that we can set some qualifications for people who are private duty and make sure that they're protected by state statutes. I want to endorse some of Senator Mark's comments about protections for individuals who are providing the care. We don't have anything in there. We need to do a better job of that. I'm not sure I agree with everything that Senator Marks has talked about, but the fact of the matter is that we need to protect care providers as well as the consumers. Lastly, this is an economic engine if we do it right. Representative Case is entirely correct. We have a workforce issue everywhere, but as I was said earlier, if you have quality and you encourage quality, you're going to get quality. You're going to have people wanting to be in that business, and that's what we have to do. So
Thank
I'll
you.
be glad to answer any questions.
Are there any comments or questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I don't see Andre Brule on. Oh, there you see it in person. That's why I don't see you on there. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Andre Brel. I'm president of Juniper Home Care. It's a Connecticut agency. We run 4 adult day services, West Hartford, New Britain, in Hamden. But I'm here today to support Bill 6677 to expand adult day services. And today I testify on behalf of Association of Adult Day Services. As a past president and member of the executive board, I'd like to thank you, committee, for your efforts and considerations. Especially, I'd like to thank Representative Garibay and Representative Hughes for and DSS Director Ms. Lambert for your who tirelessly and consistently leading adult day services working groups through the summer and fall of last year. Adult day centers have been challenged financially like any other small businesses, but I think we got hit even more because all the components of high inflation and struggles economically, they constitute into adult day. The high gas prices, we offer transportation. Food prices go up, we offer two meals for our customers. Labor discrepancy, you know how difficult to find somebody to work now. We have those drivers and CNAs and nurses in our centers. We are very appreciative for the $3 million AARP funds that we got last year through the last midterm sessions. It's extremely helpful, and we are about to get them as we speak because DSS finally is ready to distribute them among our centers. We strongly support also the initiative to reimburse transportation services offered by adult day services. We strongly support efforts to open Medicaid state plan for adult day services for individuals under 65. However, we would like to suggest that if we don't go just for our Connecticut Home Care Program for Elders waiver, because it's a huge waiver, if we just try to adjust it, it's going to be very costly. And we tried to do it before and it's never worked. I think maybe it's a good idea to work with a community first choice and PCA waiver because they're already available. I run Juniper Home Care, as I mentioned before. I have referrals from CFC and PCA waiver for Meals program, Meals on Wheels. I'm getting referrals for PCA from these waivers, but never for adult day. It would be fantastic if just expand those 2 waivers that, by the way, work extremely well and save to state of Connecticut tons of money. As I mentioned, yes, and the reason why adult day services, it makes sense to expand because we have a discussion. You saw Chrissy, our president, before, and which, by the way, what she failed to mention that in a few weeks she's going to be a mama. She's going to give birth for a beautiful baby girl, but she was good today. She mentioned yes, it's $86, and if you compare to this $86 to any other services like nurse visit, for example, it's over $100 state of Connecticut paying. And at the end, I also would like to offer you, and just to confirm that we as an association support PACE program, but we also would like to say that PACE program is going to be limited. It means expansion of adult day services still needs to be considered. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to happy to answer all your questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Have a great day.
Sure.
And lastly, and I am going to butcher this name, Samantha, I'm going to apologize now. Samantha Buono.
It's Bonanno, but thank you. I'm used to that.
Senator Hashadel, Representative Garibay, and distinguished members of the Aging Committee. My name is Samantha Bonanno. I'm the Executive Director for Masonic Care at Home, a DCP registered homemaker companion agency, which is part of the Masonic Care full continuum of care. I'm here before you today to ultimately support SB 1025. However, I do not support DCP's stance against the use of the word care. This guidance is disconnected from the industry and from the care that our caregivers offer. There is care being provided. We have care in our agency name, Masonic Care at Home, and in our staff job titles, personal care attendants, live-in caregiver. It is important to distinguish between medical and non-medical home care, yet non-medical care is still care and should be identified as such. The caregivers identify themselves as such and take great pride in the care that they provide to their clients. Clients also identify with us as providing care. We are clear about the distinction between medical and non-medical care, and we only do what is in our scope, but we are providing care, companionship, and so much more to the clients that we serve. I support moving from DCP to DPH in terms of oversight for the HCA agencies. However, we need to create regulations for licensure under DPH that align with our level of non-medical care. Non-medical care must be regulated differently from the licensed medical home health care agencies. I'd like to address Senator Marks's earlier comment regarding the definition of homemaker companions. Per the current regulations, homemaker services means non-medical supportive services that ensure a safe and healthy environment for a person in such person's home, such services to include assistance with personal hygiene, cooking, household cleaning, laundry, other household chores. In addition, in regards to cameras, my position is that this should be at the discretion of each family and not at the direction of or at the cost of any agency or the state of Connecticut. I'm hopeful that what we can all keep in mind after a day of these discussions and any decisions that are made going forward is the consumers and the elders who reside in our state, to whom each of our agencies are currently or will at some point be providing care. The consumers deserve clarity so they can make informed decisions about the level of care that they need. Let's help them understand that non-medical home care is still care. Our staff are caregivers. Please let us continue to support those who need us. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Chair Hockedal, through you. Thank you, Ms. Bonanno. So homemakers, you said personal care. Can they give a shower?
They can. And that language I read is directly from the current regulations from DCP.
So they personal, I was told that they were not, according to the home care program for elders, that the homemakers and companions are in there to do homemaking and to be a companion. And then the PCAs are who are supposed to give the personal care. So what is the difference between a homemaker and a PCA?
So it's what you just said. A PCA can do the personal care, the toileting, the transfers. They do have specialized training to be able to give someone a shower safely. While the homemaker companions, you're correct, they do not. They do not perform those same tasks. But I think that's what I'm getting at. The language in the current DCP regs, it's contradictory. And so I think there needs to be some clarity around, and I think that's how some agencies are able to get around the regulations and to do things that are out of scope because there is not the clarity that there needs to be.
So my first question was, can a homemaker give a shower? And you said yes, but now you're saying they can't?
Well, so in the regulations, that language that I read, it doesn't distinguish personal care attendant, live-in caregiver, homemaker. It's homemaker companion agency, and it's a definition of a homemaker companion.
So does the homemaker have a CNA training?
Not necessarily, no, not a homemaker. Typically a PCA would potentially have that training, but again, not 100% of the time. So there is no consistency in the training that's required.
So about safe transfers, even safe transfers for the back injury of the caregiver. And bathing somebody is hard. How to, we have a physical therapist. I mean, as with, that will go in and make sure our transfers are safe and make sure that the client is safe getting in and out with the proper grab bars and the proper kind of shower chair. So who does that kind of assessment?
So it's non-medical. So there is not a medical assessment that's happening.
Not care. That's my whole point is then it's not care. So I just think that the people in the homes are thinking that the people coming out and giving the shower, it's the same, you know, probably somewhere down the line, they've had a fractured hip, they've had a knee replacement, and they've had the agencies that are licensed by CMS and that, Medicare pays for, and that they kind of think that these are all the same type of agencies. The number of people that think, that the VNA of Southeastern Connecticut is going to come in and give 24/7 care, and we have to tell them, no, all we do is 1 hour of, personal care. It has to be personal care, 1 to 2 hours a week for the home health aide. So you're making it very clear that there is huge differences and that we do have to make the definitions clear. I do not feel a homemaker and companion. A homemaker is there to wash the dishes and cook the meals and empty the dishwasher and vacuum. They're not there to put a person on and off the toilet and in and out of a shower. So how about, do they drive them to doctor's appointments?
So I can't speak to other agencies. The model at my agency is that if a client needs assistance going to an appointment or to adult day, rather, we would staff that case not with a homemaker companion, but with a personal care attendant, because they do have a higher level of training to help transfer that individual in and out of the vehicle.
Okay, in and out of a shower with a slippery floor is actually more dangerous than in and out of a car?
No, I think you misunderstood me. We use personal care attendants for shower, and we do not use homemaker companions. What I'm questioning is what's in the regs for HCA agencies currently. It does not distinguish between homemaker companions and personal care attendants.
Okay, do they use their own cars when they drive them to the adult daycare and the doctor's appointments?
They do not.
They don't use the homemakers don't use their own cars, or the PCA?
They do not.
That's good, because most the agencies that do, they don't have the homemakers companions have to use their own car insurance, which is probably, if we went down the rabbit hole, it's a livery service and it's against the law. So that's a whole nother thing. Now, how about your 24/7? Do you give the caregivers a break?
We have a request for time off policy. And so they can request time off as a break, and we will work to staff that, but they've got to give us a certain amount of notice.
And are they mandated to work a certain number of holidays?
They are not. Nope, it's a per diem model, so they're not mandated for anything. We have a policy how many shifts they have to work a month and what a shift, what the definition of a shift is, but it's a pretty loose regulation. We're sort of at their mercy in the staffing crisis, So if they want time off, they're going to take the time off, whether we approve it or not.
If they're per diem, then that means they work when they want to work. So they should be able to take off whenever they want to take off.
And they do.
But they have to give notice.
We're requesting that they give us notice so we can try to backfill.
That's not per diem. That's not per diem. Okay. Do they have to have a bedroom where they can sleep? Does the clients have to give them a bedroom where they can sleep in a bed?
Appropriate living arrangements, yes. So it may not be a separate bedroom if the caregiver is agreeable to it, but they need to have a bed.
And how often are they supervised, especially the 24/7?
Like in-person supervised?
Yeah.
I would say within 2 weeks to a month, each one is visited.
Okay. There's a lot.
They're in almost daily contact with their case manager.
So they get an hourly rate or a weekly rate?
It's a daily rate for live-in services.
And that's per diem. So there's no overtime?
There is overtime paid to the live-ins, yes.
Do they get health benefits?
They can, through a look back, they can earn health benefits, yes, if they average a certain amount of hours annually.
Do they get the Connecticut paid sick? You know, for every 40 hours you work, you get a day off?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I don't think they do. That's too bad too. All right.
Thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Samantha, for this detailed testimony. I just really wanted to lift up something you said around no matter who we serve, whether they have dementia or the level of dementia, they do have a right to privacy, to dignity, and to agency over their own care. And I just want to kind of elevate that in this conversation as we talk about cameras, as we talk about allowable appropriate living arrangements, that that just because a person has dementia or any other kind of disability does not erase their rights, their essential civil rights, rights to privacy, rights to agency, rights to choice around that type of care, and right to safety. Can you say something more about how Masonic Care centers that?
Yeah, I mean, I think by offering a full continuum of care, I think we are able to, keep people where is most appropriate. And certainly private duty care has a place where it upholds and supports all of our other care and service lines. We have a skilled nursing facility, and many times for a discharge to be safe, whether somebody's going home to an independent home, to an assisted living facility, they need private duty care to facilitate that discharge. We have a home health and hospice company, and many hospice patients do not have a family member who can provide the level of care and support that's needed at end of life. And so those families will need to leverage private duty services as well. So we are very supportive of all the other levels of care, and really whatever a senior needs, we've got those complements to put that in place. We've got assisted living facilities in the state, memory care and otherwise. And many of those folks who want to continue to maintain their dignity, live in a certain setting, they have the option to do that. But what we can tell them is, well, you're not safe in this setting without overnight aid or a 24-hour caregiver. And so we're able to, complement the care that the other medical service lines are providing with a private duty caregiver.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. And also it just underscores that these care needs change resident to resident, month to month, which is why segregating medical, non-medical regulations or even department oversight makes it very difficult for the families navigating not a static, but a very dynamic care needs situation that could accelerate at any point. And there's nothing more important sometimes for especially people with dementia than having known caregivers that they recognize the sound of their voice.
Absolutely.
And I just wanted to again reiterate that continuum of caregivers can be absolutely critical in helping to lower the residents' anxiety, lower their even paranoia and some of the aggressive behaviors, because they trust. That bond of trust, can't be rebuilt with necessarily with rotating caregivers and rotating systems, basically. So, thanks.
Absolutely. If I may take just another moment of time to mention, the role that I'm in within a continuum of care, a lot of time is spent, referral sources, whether they're customers in the community, is explaining. Really, the first thing I do is explain the difference between medical and non-medical care, skilled services, skilled home care versus non-skilled home care, and how we work together, but that we're very different. We're regulated very differently. And I think there is a lot of confusion that exists out there in the marketplace amongst the consumers, who are, many of them, very exasperated, at their wits' end, don't know who to turn to, don't know what mom or dad needs next, and just kind of navigating the different levels of care available to them.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We do have one more. I see Mag has come back in. So Mag.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you all for accommodating my absence. Good afternoon. My name is Mag Morelli. I am the president of Leading Age Connecticut. Leading Age Connecticut is a membership association of not-for-profit and mission-driven organizations representing the entire field of aging services and senior housing. On behalf of Leading Age Connecticut, I'm pleased to testify today. We have submitted testimony on several of the bills, and I will speak briefly on a few of them. We respectfully ask that the committee review our written testimony and consider our comments as you debate the various proposals. Regarding House Bill 6677, we thank the committee for convening a working group during the off session to examine the adult day services model and explore opportunities to expand the option of adults under the age of 65. Adult day services are currently a waiver service offered to clients who are served in the Connecticut Home Care Program for elders. In that the service is not available within the Medicaid state plan, it is inaccessible to younger adults who are in need of nursing home level of care, but who are living in the community. House Bill 6677 reflects the committee's efforts both to expand access to younger adults and to financially support the model, and we fully support these goals. If in that there may be technical changes to be made to the bill, we offer our assistance and support as this proposal moves forward in the process. We also want to thank the committee for including in this bill a proposal to add the program for all-inclusive care for the elderly, or the PACE program, as an option within the state's Medicaid program. PACE program provides a comprehensive model and social services to older adults who are assessed at nursing home level of care, but who are still living in the community and who are covered by both Medicare and Medicaid. It's a wonderful choice for dual eligible older adults who wish to stay and age well in their community. We strongly support advancing the PACE program in the state, and several of my members would be interested in sponsoring such a program. Regarding Senate Bill 1026, which proposes very detailed minimum staffing ratios in our skilled nursing facilities, we've provided extensive written comments, and we respectfully request that as you review the staffing proposal, you keep in mind that we are still in the midst of a workforce crisis. We have asked the same of the federal authorities, who are expected to release a new federal staffing rule this spring. We also suggest that since the legislature just increased our minimum staffing levels in mandate in 2021, and we are still in the implementation phase of that new standard, it may be prudent to wait for the federal standard to be established before making additional changes in the state statute. And we emphasize that the current overarching state and federal requirement is that nursing homes must staff to meet the needs of the resident. It is, of course, our position that this standard must be adhered to and enforced. On behalf of our nonprofit and mission-driven providers members, we thank you for this opportunity to testify. Leading Age Connecticut stands ready to collaborate with the state legislature and the administration on behalf of our members, and looks forward to continuing the ongoing dialogue and discussion of how to ensure quality aging services to older adults in our state. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mag. I don't see any comments or questions, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And thank you again for accommodating.
Of course. So our hearing is now adjourned.